"Have you seen the stuff on television?" Westfall demanded. "The former CFO of the Hinton Foundation talking about his conversations with investigators from your office?" "I just got out of bed, Senator, and I'm just turning on the television. He says the Russians gave the Hinton Foundation $25 million. Well, listen and listen good. New York is Hinton country. Sure, the Hintons are greedy bastards, but they are our bastards. More than half the people in America voted for that goddamn cunt in the last election. We can't afford to lose a single one of those votes. She would have been elected if it weren't for the damned Electoral College. Who gives a good goddamn what the shit-kickers in Wyoming and North Dakota think? You better figure out a way to diffuse the impact of his interviews with your people. Got that?" "Senator, You want to be the governor of New York when your turn comes, don't you? We need some loyalty here. Don't fuck this up, you silly shit." And with that, Harland Westfall hung up. The Silva Capital Toad Hall story hit Ricardo Silva like a hammer. He knew it was coming because the reporter who wrote the story called his office yesterday afternoon. Silva's executive assistant took the call, listened to what he had to say, and declined to comment. Then he called Ricardo Silva with the news. Neither Ricardo nor Ava had slept more than an hour or two, waiting to see what the morning would bring. As the sun rose in Westchester, they found the networks had the story and were going all out. Would this be the crime that toppled President Conyers? Silva's phone began ringing incessantly. An unlisted number. Ava seemed calmer, more self-assured. She had wanted a socialist revolution in America all her adult life and had worked for it. Now, with the help of Russian fake money spread far and wide, the whole rotten establishment was going to shatter and crumble. Yet neither Ricardo nor Ava had thought that when the crisis came, they would be front and center in the crosshairs of the media. "We've been living in a fool's paradise," Ricardo muttered. "When the CIA kidnapped Koryev, they hadn't factored that in when working with the Russian." "What is he telling the CIA?" Ricardo demanded of the modern art that decorated his home office. "What has he told them?" he demanded of the commentator, his flapping mouth filling the large flat television screen on the wall. The talking head didn't answer. "Yegan needs to die," Ava Silva said flatly. Ricardo wasn't going to argue the point. The news that the Toad Hall people had invested money in a Conyers hotel resort had blindsided him. No one had any proof that he knew that Silva Capital had ever taken a dime of Russian money, although of course he did. Yet it was being smeared because he and Ava were on that goddamn yacht when the CIA snatched Koryev. The irony was that if Yegan Koryev told the CIA interrogators the real reason the Silvers were on the yacht, there was little the CIA or FBI could do. The United States Constitution protected them. Fruit of the poison tree and all that. This damned rumor, however, was dynamite that could ultimately kill Silva Capital. Guilty until proven innocent. Wasn't that the Alinsky credo? "We need to get someone to do the job, and we need to find out where Koryev is." So they had two major problems. Most people who suddenly fervently wish an enemy's death are stumped by the problem of causing that death, since most people don't want to spend the rest of their lives in prison. Nor do most people have the contacts to discover the CIA's most tightly held secrets. Yet most people aren't worth hundreds of millions of dollars, which Ricardo Silva certainly was. Among the investors of Silva Capital were some who didn't want the facts or amounts of their investment bandied about. They ran enterprises that were legal, and some, the most profitable, that weren't. Silva knew three such men. One was into prostitution and gambling. Another reputedly ran the rackets on Philly's North Side, and another was rumored to have made a fortune in political graft. The last had never been caught, not even arrested or prosecuted. Silva kept their names and telephone numbers in a little address book which he kept locked in his office safe. He opened the safe and got the book. The names and telephone numbers were in code, a progression he had memorized many years ago. He picked up his cell phone and started with the man he thought most likely to be able to help. Meanwhile, Ava Silva was thinking about some of the young men and women she had met in her political science courses through the years. She had made it a point to keep track of the most promising ones. She stood at a French door and looked across the lawn with unseeing eyes as she thought about faces and names. Ah, yes. There was that girl, very progressive, who married a young man rumored to be a CIA agent. What was her name? I was eating breakfast on the porch of the Utah farmhouse when Jake Grafton came out after an hour on the satellite phone. He motioned with his head as he walked out into the yard, so I abandoned my plate and followed him. The sun was just peeping over the eastern horizon. I don't know how long Grafton had been up, or if he had even been to bed. He wasn't getting much sleep these days. "The pot is really cooking now," he murmured as we walked down toward the barn. There was a big rock that was perfect for sitting on, so he parked his butt. "Remember the Silvas? When I get my yacht, they'll be my first guests. They're talking about killing Koryev. Ricardo apparently got pissed when Senator Westland leaked that story about Toad Hall Capital investing in Conyers Resort, with money they got from Silva. The implication is that Silva is a conduit for Russian money." "Is he?" "Koryev says he is." Grafton sighed. "Silva will never admit it, though. An admission like that would destroy him, and one suspects he knows that." "How do you know all this?" I confess I always feel silly asking Grafton where he gets his information. "God whispering in your ear again?" Jake Grafton made a noise, somewhere between a chuckle and a snort. "Sarah has turned their phones and computers into listening devices. The Silvas, Westfall, some of the others." I should have known. Grafton was always 2 jumps ahead. When John Kerry was negotiating the Iran Treaty in Switzerland, Sarah was tasked to figure out a way to listen in to private conversations. She found the Israelis had already been there with a program that captured target cell phones and computers and turned them into microphones. Every sound these devices picked up was transmitted over the hotel's Wi-Fi onto the internet, right to the Mossad's recorders. Sarah improved on the program and had used it before. "Ricardo is talking to some mobsters about a hit on Koryev as soon as he can find out where he is. Ava is talking to some former students, trying to find someone who is ideologically pure or can be bribed big time to tell her about this safe house." He scratched himself and smiled at me. "Get out those rifles and ammo and get ready. We may have visitors sooner rather than later. I'll talk to the Marines. They're probably bored silly." He nodded in agreement. "This will be like tossing meat to a pack of hungry lions. But you get out those rifles and load 'em up just in case. How much longer are you going to dink around with Koryev?" "I'm going to give him the juice tonight. Don't plan on any sleep." The juice he was talking about was a truth drug, a pharmaceutical cocktail that the chemists had spent years perfecting. With a shot of that in your veins, you were going to tell everything you knew. Everything. "Took you long enough to get around to it," I remarked. He gave me the eye. Yeah, I was smarting off again, which he didn't like. "I wanted to admire the paint job before we looked under the hood," he said in way of explanation. Ricardo Silva called his office and told them he wasn't coming in. "We're besieged," his office manager told him. "There are at least 2 television crews on the street. Look on your television." Silva looked. Yep, there was his building behind a talking head, who was reporting that Silva and his wife were on a yacht in the Med with a Russian banker when it was stopped by the U.S. Navy, and that Yegan Koryev was taken off at the request of the Italian government. Then they ran a clip of an Italian official who told of the murders of 3 Americans in Capri, and Koryev's yacht's hasty departure from that port. Yes, the Italian government wanted to question Yegan Koryev. "Why?" the reporter asked. "We investigate. I cannot comment on an ongoing investigation." The same old crap, Silva thought. He was being set up for a perp walk. He hung up his telephone. He had used the landline as a precaution, and saw Ava standing in the doorway. "Reporters are outside the gate. They have lights rigged and trucks." The 2 went to the window. The gate was 40 yards down the drive, a big wrought iron thing 12 feet high. Through it, they could see a mob of people out on the street, which was actually a county road. "Call the sheriff," Ricardo told his wife. "I already have. They are sending an officer." Back to the television. On another network, the Silvas saw their house. The reporter was breathless, going on about Yegan Koryev, the Russian banker, his yacht, the interception at sea at the request of the Italian government. Silva turned off the idiot box and sat at his desk, trying to decide what to do. That goddamn Anton Hunt had got Ricardo and Ava into this, And Hunt was dead, had been dead for 7 months, fell off that building in New York. If there was a hell, Ricardo hoped that Anton Hunt was in it. Hunt? Perhaps there was some way to blame him for this. At least send the press off in another direction. Yes, the press would love Hunt, the leftist billionaire financier who had given money to every liberal politician in the nation and funded progressive causes. If his name came into this, some politicians would start sweating. Perhaps that was the way he should go. Sick the press on the politicians. Silva went to his bedroom, shaved and dressed while he thought about trying to turn the press onto the politicians. Before he did anything, he would discuss the move with Ava. The hard truth was that Silva Capital couldn't survive if it stayed in the spotlight. Sooner or later, the press would learn of the infusions of Russian cash into his hedge fund. When that happened, he could lose everything. Perhaps Senator Westphal or the governor could help him keep the New York Attorney General off his back. But if the Justice Department or FBI got involved, it was time to take to the lifeboats. This ship had sprung a big leak. It was every man for himself. He talked the situation over with Ava. "Call Westphal," she advised. "We need political cover. We need him on our side." He picked up his cell phone, then put it down. No, he would use the landline. The damned reporters might be intercepting cell phone calls. That was illegal as hell, but the bastards would do anything for a really big story. What he learned was that Senator Harlan Westphal was too busy to take his call. The aide apologized. "He's pushing you over the side," Ava said. "Maybe." "You must talk to the press. Let's figure out what you are going to say." Reverend Dr. Zachariah Weston, the president of the Wright Bible College in Nevada, Arkansas, was having a bad morning. 6 months ago, a foundation had donated $10 million to the college, an unsolicited gift that could be used for any purpose. Of course, the college's attorneys had checked on the foundation, which had an office in Dallas, but they hadn't gotten far. The principals of the foundation were supposedly professional men, bankers, oilmen, and such, and committed Christians. The director of the foundation assured the attorneys that the check was good. Dr. Weston had taken their report under advisement and put the check in the bank. The small Bible college was tuition-driven and had been struggling for years. It could certainly use the money. That day 6 months ago, $10 million had looked like manna from heaven. This morning, as he watched the television circus, Zach Weston was having second thoughts. What if the $10 million was Russian money? He called the college attorneys and asked them to dig deeper into that foundation. An hour later, they called back. The foundation office had been closed. The Texas authorities said they had never heard of it. It was the tone of the television commentators that worried Weston. The college had accepted an unsolicited gift. What was the harm in that? They had done their due diligence. The bank the check was written on had honored it in the routine course of business. Still, the commentators today were hinting, implying, that Russian money from that branch bank in Estonia was somehow dirty, tainted. They were after President Conyers because of a Russian investment in one of his real estate companies, and they were after the Hinton Foundation for accepting a donation. Accepting a donation, that is just what he did on behalf of the college. What would the college trustees think? He turned off the sound on his television and called the chairman of the board. "Have you been watching television?" "Of course." "I'm worried about that $10 million donation we got in December," Weston said. "Remember that?" "Biggest gift the college ever received. Of course I remember it. I've been thinking about it too." "Marshall, we may have a problem on our hands. The foundation that donated the money has closed its doors, and the Texas Secretary of State says she never heard of it." "But you checked when we got the money, didn't you?" "Our attorneys did. This morning I asked them to check again. I just got off the phone with them." Uh-oh. "You see the problem. If we sit tight and it comes out that we accepted Russian money, dirty money, we are going to have a huge problem. The press is after the president and the Hintons." They discussed it, and the chairman said he would call the other trustees, have a conference call, and get back to Dr. Weston. When the call ended, Weston turned the volume back up on his television and surfed the channels. The Speaker of the House was calling for another investigation into Conyers' finances, and said that if indeed the Russians had invested in his businesses, the House would bring a bill of impeachment. It was noon in Utah, and I was making a sandwich in the kitchen when I saw Ricardo Silva on television. He was standing outside the driveway gate to his house in Westchester, an 18-room McMansion that resembled a French chateau. He looked reasonably calm, all things considered. Yes, he said, he and his wife had been guests on Yevgeny Koryev's yacht in the Mediterranean when the U.S. Navy, which had removed Koryev from the yacht, stopped it. He hadn't protested. "Why not?" the reporter asked. "During the night, someone tried to kill him," Silva said. "Apparently Koryev killed the assassin, but he was in a coma when the Navy arrived." This was a big revelation, and the three reporters spent 15 minutes getting every detail from Ricardo Silva, who hadn't actually seen the shootings, he said. He and his wife had been asleep. Finally, a reporter asked the question Silva had been waiting for. "Why were you and your wife on that yacht?" "We were invited by Yevgeny Koryev. We had been introduced to him about 3 years ago by Anton Hunt." "Hunt the financier?" "Yes. It was merely a social thing. Ava and I needed a break, so when Koryev invited us, we accepted and joined the yacht in Naples." "Why did Anton Hunt introduce you to Koryev?" "We were at a meeting in Switzerland, and of course we knew Anton, and he introduced us." "Did you ever discuss money with Mr. Koryev?" Here Silva smiled. "Gentlemen, I run a hedge fund. I discuss investments with almost everyone I meet who is also in the business. Of course, Mr. Koryev and I discuss the world economy, business conditions in America, Brazil, Europe, Russia, the Middle East. I can't even remember all the subjects that we touched upon." "And Mr. Hunt?" "He and I both ran hedge funds," Silva said with another smile. "We talked at least weekly about many things." So now the recently departed Anton Hunt, who had tried and failed to fix the 2016 presidential election, Jake Grafton and I knew that, although the general public certainly didn't, was linked to Koryev and Russian money. I went to find Grafton and learned that he was napping. After I ate my sandwich and Doc and Armonti had gobbled theirs, we got busy cleaning the assault rifles. Disassembled them, swabbed out the barrels, and used solvent on every part, then reassembled them and oiled them lightly. Began loading cartridges into magazines. Anton Hunt. We took our new toys outside and went off to find the Marines. Jake Grafton had given me directions, so we commandeered a pickup and went looking. Found them, too. They were happy to watch us bang away at some tin cans I had rescued from the garbage. Then the jarheads emptied a magazine apiece. They were better shots than we were. It was a pleasant 2 hours. As we put away our rifles, I took the officer in charge, a Marine captain, aside and told him that Grafton thought we might have company in a few days, or any time. "It will be a shooting matter," I said. "The target is our guest in the house." "Any ideas on who or how many?" "No. Maybe they'll come through the gate, maybe by helicopter, maybe over land. Day or night, I don't know. Maybe they'll try to bomb the house or burn it down. When I know more, if I learn more, I'll come give you a heads up. Just be on your toes." "We're always on our toes," the captain said curtly. "Semper Fi, Mac," I told him and mounted the passenger seat of the pickup. Doc was behind the wheel and got us rolling. "Tommy, you owe me $4.80, Armonti said from the back seat. "And you owe Doc $7 even." "You guys were cheating," I said. "I don't know how, but you must have been to beat me. I'm not paying a cent." The evening news was full of politicians running their mouths. They were promising hellfire and damnation and prosecutions for anyone who took dirty Russian money. It was quite a spectacle. Near the end of the newscast, the network we were watching aired an interview with the president of a Bible college in Arkansas, a Dr. Zachariah Weston, with a reporter from an Arkansas television station. The college had accepted a $10 million donation in December from a Texas foundation that had since disappeared. The president had no further information beyond that, but there was a possibility the money was tainted somehow. "From Russia?" "We have no way of knowing. We did our due diligence and the donation appeared legitimate when we accepted it. Now, in light of the news we see on television, we are not so sure." "Is the college going to return the money?" the reporter asked. Proof, if any were needed, that some reporters are not too bright. "To whom?" the president asked. The whole interview lasted less than 60 seconds. Back in the network studio, the host said, If a small Bible college in Arkansas received a questionable donation, perhaps of Russian money, although there is no proof that the money came from that source, I wonder if other institutions of higher learning also received questionable donations. The American Association of Colleges and Universities reported that 2018 was a great year for donations to their members. We'll follow up on this story. There was another Russian money story that day, although the press didn't label it as such. The Southside Mall filed for bankruptcy. Zeke Rawson had finally faced the hard truth that the changing shopping habits of the American public made huge malls like his obsolete. He was reluctant to tell his attorney about the Russian money, which was undoubtedly invested in his mall, but he had to list the owners. He gave the lawyer the address of the nominal investor and sheepishly admitted how crooked the whole deal was. The attorney didn't seem impressed. "The nice thing about bankruptcy," he told Rawson, "is that it is like the last rites of the church. Are you a Catholic?" "No." "Well, a priest gives the dying person absolution for all his sins, and voila, he zips off to heaven clean as a whistle for whatever comes next. Bankruptcy is like that. The owners of your mall, including yourself, are going to get wiped out. The secured creditors will get first priority, and the unsecured creditors will get what's left, if anything. Even the IRS will have to take what there is to get, which is damned little. It's kind of like you get your virginity back. You walk away naked and clean." Zeke Rawson started laughing. He had sweated blood since the Russian money story broke, and now it didn't mean a thing. The bogeyman was dead. "Life's pretty crazy," he told the lawyer, who agreed with him. Chapter 16. After supper, the doctor gave Yegon Koryev a sedative. The Russian didn't know it. It was a drug in his coffee, and he went quickly to sleep. Jake Grafton and I were in the room when the doctor administered an injection of the truth serum. "Now to wait. The sedative will wear off in about an hour," the doctor said. "The patient will be in a state of semi-consciousness. He can be questioned and he will answer. When the serum wears off, he won't remember anything." Grafton grunted and went back to the kitchen for another cup of coffee. Tregascus and I fiddled with the recording equipment. There had been some discussion about whether the questions should be asked in Russian. If so, presumably Koryev would answer in Russian. Grafton had put a question to Tregascus. "Does he know English well enough to answer in English? I want a recording if we can get it in English." Tregascus thought so, but then he shrugged. "We'll see," he said. "These are the kind of experts I like, the ones who hedge their bets." An hour later, Grafton and Tregascus were in the room with Koryev, and I was manning the recorder. The nurse had been sent home. The doctor was in the living room with Doc and Armonte on call. Mac Kelly and the staff were cleaning up the kitchen and planning future meals. Grafton started out. "Yegon, can you hear me?" A muffled yes. "What is your name?" "Yegon Ivanovich Koryev." "Where are you?" "In Utah, America." So they were off. I listened as carefully as I could. Grafton spent some time on Koryev's early life, then asked him about Putin, where they had met, how well he knew him. The answers were precisely the same as he had given for the last 4 days. Koryev's voice was strong, his answers coherent. Then abruptly, Grafton switched subjects. "Tell me about Anton Hunt. When did you first meet him?" "Anton Hunt? I don't know him." "He was an American hedge fund operator. Did you meet him in Switzerland?" "Yes." "Where?" "At Davos." "Did Hunt suggest flooding America with Russian money?" "No." "The money that went through the branch bank in Estonia. Tell me about that." 30 minutes later, Grafton came out of the room with a fierce scowl on his face. Tregascus was asking the questions. Grafton listened for a minute, then said, "He's lying." "How can that be?" I asked. "The drug? Get the doctor." I went to fetch him. Grafton faced him. "I want you to sedate him again. Put him under. I think he's had an antidote to the truth drug." "How?" The doctor was mystified. "I don't know. We'll help you strip him, then I want him x-rayed, head to toe. They can't have known when we would give him the drug, so it must be in a time-release capsule of some sort under his skin. I want to find it." This time the sedative was an injection. With Armante's help, Grafton and I stripped the comatose man and began inspecting every square inch of the Russian's skin. We finally found it on an X-ray buried under his hair. "Cut it out," Grafton told the doctor. "Now?" "He's sedated. Use a scalpel. Cut the damn thing out of him and stitch him up. Let's get at it." The thing was about a half-inch long and a quarter-inch in diameter. It looked for all the world like a suppository. The covering looked like some kind of permeable material that allowed the drug to seep out over time. Grafton was visibly frustrated. He sat in the living room thinking about things while Koryev slept. I asked, "How did you know the truth drug wasn't working?" "Every answer," Grafton said, "was precisely what he said during 4 days of interrogation. That's impossible. You know he's been lying and I know it, yet he sticks to the story. There had to be a reason. Nobody can talk for 4 days and tell nothing but the truth. Nobody. Humans aren't built that way. Little falsehoods inevitably creep in during long interrogations. We put ourselves in the best light. We paper over things we don't know for a fact. We make assumptions. We just tell lies because we are human. In there tonight, he was merely rehashing the story that he spent 4 days telling us." "So what is the truth?" "I'll know it when I hear it. You will too." "Maybe," I said. "The truth will have a lot of Anton Hunt in it," Grafton said flatly. "Koryev didn't meet him 3 years ago at Davos. He met him at least 5 years ago, and we have the photos to prove it. Wouldn't surprise me to learn that he met Hunt 10 years ago. That assassination attempt aboard his yacht, Catherine the Great. Fake, was Jake Grafton's verdict. There was a shootout in the owner's suite, and a body is lying right there when we arrive. It supposedly happened hours before, and the captain and crew did nothing? I don't believe it. Koryev was the money man. He owned the yacht. He paid their salaries. He gets shot and is down there bleeding, and the scene is undisturbed when we get there. I said. And that helicopter. It sat right there on deck until we arrived. After the owner got shot, they didn't bandage him up, load him in it, and chop her off to a Greek doctor. Explain that. I frowned. That bothered me, too. Remember how fast Koryev pulled the anchor and steamed out of Capri? He said he knew nothing of the murders of our agents in the observatory. Yet as soon as someone shoots at someone on the quay and misses by the way, Koryev orders the captain to get the yacht underway. Explain that. He panicked. You've watched him for 4 days. Does he strike you as the kind of man who panics? No. Me either. It's too damn pat. It was a play put on for our benefit. Koryev took a couple of bullets, which did him no serious harm. Lost some blood. Did you see how much blood was in that stateroom? A lot. Too damn much. Must have been a pint or two. The dead man. What about him? Oh, he was dead all right. Someone shot him. But we have no idea who. Bet it wasn't Koryev. That poor fool was probably the most surprised man in town when the pistol was turned in his direction and someone plugged him 4 times. By the way, at least 3 of those bullets that hit him should have been fatal. He was flat on the deck when the last 2 were fired. I'll bet my pension on that. Almost no blood around the entry wounds, and the crew of that yacht left him lying there for us to see. Thoughtful of them. He sighed. They didn't know we were going to stop that yacht. No, they didn't, but they played for it, acted suspiciously. We obliged them. What about Janos Ilin's tip? He put the finger on Koryev. That he did. Koryev may indeed be the man who arranged the river of money. That's possible. Ilin may have believed that, or he may have been fed a lie in the hope he would pass it on. If the latter is the case, Ilin's days are numbered. He's going to be dead soon. However, the most likely scenario is that Ilin was given the name and told to pass it on, which he did. What about the computers we took off that ship? Sarah says they are full of treacle, nothing important. Even Silva's? His and his wife's are the only ones that have something to tell us. One suspects the Silvas were pawns to be sacrificed. The irony is those 2 didn't know it. Ricardo did indeed get Russian money and was spreading it around, and putting some of it to work in his hedge fund. So what do you want from Koryev? Names. American names. Grafton stretched in the chair and put his hands in his pockets. Here's the way I suspect it went down. Some American came up with the idea for this op, perhaps Anton Hunt, and took it to Koryev, who took it to Putin. The key was having Americans who could and would salt the money around to eventually cause a major political meltdown. The other side of the coin could be true. Putin thought it up and took it to some Americans who liked the idea a lot. Whichever way it went down, the people involved here wanted America to collapse, to fail. They wanted to drive a stake through the heart of representative democracy by showing the whole establishment is rotten from top to bottom. After Hunt died, I think the Kremlin kept going. The opportunity to cause a stupendous political crisis in the United States, to make America turn inward and surrender their foreign policy influence in Europe and the Middle East, was just too good to pass up. That's what I think happened, and Koryev knows. Damn it, he knows. He knows the names. Those are what I want from him. The FBI will eventually get them, I ventured. The damage is being done now. He gestured at the television, which was off. We can't wait 3 or 4 years for the FBI to do pretty little investigations all tied up with bows to pass to justice to take to grand juries. Already congressmen and senators are talking about impeaching the president. Grafton frowned. With the country divided down the middle into 2 warring camps, removal of a president from office for political reasons might touch off a civil war. Wouldn't the guys in the Kremlin love that? He cleared his throat and rubbed his forehead. Is there any bourbon around this dump? Yes, I said. Pour 3 fingers over ice and I'll take it to bed. We'll sweat that son of a bitch tomorrow and get the truth out of him. We'll know it when we hear it, I said dubiously. You're goddamn right, the Admiral said and pushed himself upright. I went to get the whiskey bottle. When the Admiral tottered off to bed, I sat there looking out the window. I had an MP5 right beside me and a Beretta under my armpit. What we were going to get out of Koryev was the truth as he believed it to be. That was an important qualifier. No doubt Jake Grafton knew that. Hell, he knew everything. I was up early just as the day was getting gray. I turned on the television. After all, it was 2 hours later on the East Coast. Sure enough, the politicians were fulminating. Greed, lies, treason. All were being talked about. At the bottom of the screen, the news ticker rolled by. 2 more colleges had reported questionable donations in the last 2 years, for amounts in the tens of millions of dollars. Then came the bombshell. One of the Federal Reserve governors opined that all the money that flowed through the branch of the Bank of Scandinavia in Estonia was fake money. Not counterfeit, which implies printing fake bills, but fake money, with nothing to back it up. It disappeared into the world's financial system and thereby became real money. Created money was her phrase. The host jumped right on that. But isn't creating money what the Fed does? Yes, but... I killed the savage beast and got busy fixing myself a couple of eggs. Ah, yes, the Fed creates American dollars, but the rotten, evil Russians aren't supposed to. Create American dollars, that is. They can create all the damn rubles they want, if they want, but not American dollars. Those swine. I watched the water heat up in my pot with my 2 eggs. Yep, Grafton was right. Watching didn't make the water boil faster. I was sipping coffee and finishing my eggs when Grafton came in. It's on the news, I said. Some Fed governor says the Russian money was created. Not in Washington, but somewhere in the bowels of the evil empire. The Admiral grunted at me, poured himself a mug of coffee, and said, Let's get the doc, check on our patient, and get after it. Think that antidote to the truth serum is out of Koryev's system? We'll find out. We were walking across the living room when I heard a plane. Sounded like a turboprop low. It flew right over the house, washing us with a crescendo of noise. Outside, Grafton roared. Shoot it down. I grabbed my MP5 and raced out the front door. Something like a shower was raining down. I knew what it was by the smell. Kerosene. The plane was pulling up steeply, the pilot using the rudder to push the nose over, a crop duster turn. I was right by the house, so after he made the turn, he was coming right toward me. I flipped the rifle's selector switch to full automatic and went down on one knee to get steady. I began shooting when he was about 100 yards out, leading him. I had no idea how much to lead him, and I didn't have tracer bullets to help me get it right. I swung a little ahead to a lot as he came over me. It was actually a pretty easy shot with almost no deflection. The gun hammered and the sound of his engine rose. It was a Pawnee or some such, a single-seat ag plane. I could see the kerosene spewing from pipes under his wings. I held the trigger down. He was right above me when my magazine went dry. The extra mags were in the house. Shit. But I had scored. The engine was screaming now, the sound of tortured metal. I closed my eyes and lowered my head as the kerosene came down like a shower. When I looked again, the plane was just above the ground, the left wing down, over 100 yards away. Then it kissed the ground, skipped once, then hit the dirt, raising a great cloud and slid to a stop. Miraculously, there was no fire. Silence. I dropped the empty MP5 and ran toward the wreck, which was about 200 or so yards away now. I was scared silly. Kerosene, which was jet fuel, plus a hot engine. The whole wreck could go up like a firecracker. But it didn't. The plane was on the ground and the left wing was partially broken off. The ends of the prop were bent back along the fuselage, so the prop had been still turning when it hit. The smell of kerosene was pungent. I was about 30 yards away when the pilot got the canopy open and came scrambling out of the cockpit. I jerked the Beretta from my shoulder holster. The guy ran directly away from the airplane. Then he saw me holding the pistol in both hands, pointing it at him. He stopped, raised his hands. "No!" he said loudly. He couldn't stop his feet, which kept moving him away from the plane in tiny steps. Behind me, I could hear shouting. People were bailing out of the house as fast as they could. That damn kerosene ran down from my hair into my eyes. "No!" the guy said, almost a prayer. He skittered a few more steps away from the airplane, still holding his hands up. The kerosene was making my eyes burn. I shot him. The bullet didn't knock him down. Hit him in the stomach, I think, and he bent over some, screaming, "No, no, no!" My vision was blurry. I blinked mightily and shot him again. This time he went over backwards into the dirt. I walked toward him, wiping my eyes. His eyes tracked me, so he wasn't dead. I felt his pockets, got his phone and wallet. Jake Grafton was beside me. "That asshole Silva," I said. "You said he was hunting for an assassin." "None of the conspirators figured on us grabbing Koryev," Grafton replied. "The Russians double-crossed them." The slick, slimy kerosene stank to high heaven. I was slightly nauseated. We left the pilot lying on the ground and walked back toward the house. Mac Kelly, the doctor, Doc Gordon, Armonte Hall, and the Filipino cook were all in the yard watching as we approached. Doc and Armonte had their MP5s in hand. "You guys get some hoses," Grafton said. "Wash down a corridor between the house and that wreck. If that thing catches fire, the whole house could go." He had just finished the sentence when the plane lit off. Whoomp! We ran for the hoses. When I looked up, I saw that a ribbon of fire had reached the pilot lying on the ground, and he was burning. He raised one hand, then was engulfed in fire. 2 hours later, we were sure we had saved the house. The Marines had come to help, and Alvy Johnson, my favorite cowboy, had fired up the backhoe and bulldozed a strip to keep the fire from spreading. I made a mental note to send him some skull. The plane burned fiercely after the flames reached and ignited the flares the pilot had with him in the cockpit, flares he was going to throw out to ignite the kerosene he had sprayed on the house. "I know that plane," Alvy Johnson said as he stood watching the wreck being consumed. "Out of some place near Salt Lake. The guy flew it down to the Hanksville airport occasionally, kept a few drums of fuel there just for his use. Ain't no terminal there, no fuel for sale, none of that. Just the drums for this guy. I saw him there a couple of times, and he kinda ignored us clodhoppers standing around watching." When the fire finally burned out, most of the airplane had been reduced to ashes and the pilot cremated. I looked at the guy's wallet and got his name and address. His phone was locked with a password, so I didn't fool with it. Sarah and her minions could crack that thing like an egg and get all the nourishment from it. "Somebody in the company leaked," I said to Grafton, who didn't reply. I went to the bedroom, stripped, and got into the shower. Getting that crap out of my hair was almost a career. When I was in clean duds, I took the stuff stinking of kerosene to the garbage and threw it in. Armonte Hall had a few words after dinner. "Kinda sorry you shot that guy, Tommy." I wasn't in the mood, but he continued. "Been my experience that it's better to shoot people after they tell you everything you want to know, rather than before." "I'll try to keep that in mind." "I, for one, would like to know just who sent that murderous son of a bitch," Armonte said, quite superfluously. "Yeah. By the way," he said to me, "you still stink." "You don't smell so hot yourself. Maybe you need to get that beard and hair shaved off so you'll look like the dickhead you are." "One of the things I like about you, Tommy, is that you're so subtle." "That's enough, you two," Jake Grafton said firmly. Our interrogation of Yegon Koryev was almost anticlimactic. He was partially sedated. We administered the truth serum again, and an hour later Grafton began asking questions. Yes, Anton Hunt had approached Koryev 6 years ago with the idea of subverting his political enemies in America with funny money. Koryev took it to his pal in the Kremlin, and after they had worried the bone, got an approval. The whole operation took a year or so to set up. Needless to say, Hunt had his list of recipients to poison with funny money, and the Kremlin had theirs, and they didn't coincide. So the Russians took it upon themselves to spread the wealth to people and institutions on their list without bothering to inform Hunt. Hunt's death last year didn't make any difference. The operation was 3 years along. Hunt's son, another committed radical progressive, took over in his stead, but it didn't matter. The Russians didn't need them anymore. The operation suffered from mission creep. The list of recipients kept expanding. It was just a matter of time until the whole thing exploded, but the recent tensions in Syria and the Black Sea, plus European and U.S. sanctions, made the Kremlin decide to not wait for nature to take its course. They arranged for the kidnapping so as to expose the branch bank, then set up Koryev in his yacht. Koryev had invited key players in the scheme for the foreign authorities to get interested in when the smelly stuff hit the fan. In effect, Russia double-crossed its foreign agents and allies. Under the influence of the drug, Koryev named names, at least 20 Americans who were direct recipients of Estonian transfers, people Hunt had designated, with instructions to pass the money on. No doubt some of the money stuck to some of them, but that really didn't matter, since they were all expendable as far as the Kremlin was concerned. The whole idea was to stir up massive finger-pointing and recriminations, ruin reputations, cause the Americans to turn on each other. If another American Civil War broke out, that was fine with the men in the Kremlin. And Koryev gave us names of Kremlin agents who had been busy donating money to Hunt's friends. As I listened to all this, I took solace from the fact that I had made a small contribution to help Anton Hunt start his journey to hell. After an hour, Grafton had all he wanted. He came out of the room, closed the door, and pointed his bony finger at me. "Come along, Tommy." On the porch, the odor of kerosene was still rank. The plane had burned itself out. There wasn't much left, just a lump where the motor had been. Grafton plopped down on the edge of the porch, and I sat beside him. He leaned over, picked up a pebble, and tossed it. Then another. "You could give those names and a summary to the FBI," I suggested. He picked up another pebble, inspected it, and chucked it into the yard. "Or you could leak it to your favorite reporter," I added. More pebbles. The sun was sinking toward the mountains on the far western horizon. All in all, it had been one hell of a day. The setting sun, the stink of kerosene, the wisping smoke off the ashes of that airplane. "Is Koryev telling the truth now?" I asked. Grafton looked as if he had taken a punch. He tossed another pebble. "He's telling part of it anyway." "Can a man lie under the influence of the truth drugs?" "It's been done," Jake Grafton said. "I don't understand what the Russians have to hide," I said. "We know they sent the money through Estonia. We suspect it was funny money. They're blaming it on a dead man. The people who received it don't know beans about how or why. What is the big secret?" "That's just it," Grafton said. "At this point, what do they have to hide?" "Perhaps nothing," I suggested. "Nothing if we buy the story as presented. They've worked really hard to sell it to us." Do you buy it?" Jake Grafton took his time answering. "It could be true. The problem is that they've worked really hard to sell it to us, and that bothers me." "So what are we going to do?" I asked. "We're going to put the fear of God in the people Koryev named. His accusations aren't enough. We need to make them talk. Make them run screaming to the nearest FBI office. Too bad we don't have a Hannibal Lecter. You listen to those names. They're rich people, important people. Sanctimonious, self-righteous assholes willing to light the fuses to blow up America. The FBI will go knock on their doors hat in hand. They'll lawyer up and won't say peep. And meanwhile, the political circus will play on until America comes apart at the seams, just as the Kremlin intended. I'll sign on for fear. How are we going to do it?" Chapter 17. Desert View, Utah was a bedroom suburb south of Salt Lake City. The pilot of the ag plane who tried to immolate us was a dude named Paul Hockersmith who lived in Desert View, or did until yesterday. His place of business was, of course, at the airport. I stopped there first, but his cubbyhole office at the end of a row of tea hangers was locked up. I peeked in through the dirty window and saw one room with a littered desk and what appeared to be a toilet and a closet. The airport didn't look prosperous. Hockersmith's office didn't look prosperous. I went back to the airport manager at the FBO who had told me where to find Hockersmith's office. "He isn't there," I said, and leaned on the counter. The coffee pot in the corner was plugged in. "Got any coffee?" "Help yourself. Only cream is that damn powder." This guy was wearing an old green Air Force flight jacket. "I drink it black," I said, and toggled some into a styrofoam cup. It looked like it had been in that pot since Christmas. I took a deep breath and sipped it. Ye gods. "You were an Air Force pilot, huh?" I said. "Yup, 22 years. Flew Phantoms, F-4s. After they retired them, I mostly flew desks." "Hockersmith, was he a military pilot?" "Nah, civilian. Ag pilot. Doesn't fly much. Not much spraying around here, and what there is, that new company at the big airport 10 miles north gets." "Got any idea when he might be back?" I tried another sip of that black stuff. "No, he goes away for 3-4 days at a time. Haven't seen him for a couple of days." "Well, maybe I'll just try his cell phone. Do you have that number?" The old guy eyed me shrewdly. "You're with the government, aren't you?" I let my surprise register. "Does it show?" "You're packing heat. I know the bulge. You with the DEA?" "They've been out here." "Twice. Last time about 3 weeks ago." "Huh. Bet you've already got his cell number." I grinned at him. "As a matter of fact, I do. You're pretty sharp." "I ain't accusing Paul of nothing, you understand. But I never could figure out how a guy, a pro pilot who does a little ag work as he does, even keeps eating. Drives a nice ride, too. His work car's that pickup parked by his office, only 2 years old." "Maybe he married money," I said. "That's what I intend to do." "Good luck with that." We chatted another minute or so. I took the battery acid he called coffee with me, and when I was out of sight of the FBO, poured it into the grass. It would kill the grass there as if a dog peed on it. I typed Hockersmith's home address into my phone and drove over. It was a decent middle-class 3-bedroom, 2-bath house in a tract development with a lawn full of weeds that had never seen a sprinkler. A kid's trike lay on its side near the porch. There was a driveway and a 1-car garage where I figured the family car lived. I could hear a dog barking as I walked up the crumbling sidewalk to the porch, climbed the 2 steps, and knocked. In a minute I could hear a woman's voice talking to the dog. She opened the door about halfway. The screen door was closed and, I suspect, latched. "Yes?" "Hi, my name is Jim Wilson." I had my ID fold in my hand, but she merely glanced at it. "I'm with the FAA. Is Mr. Hockersmith around?" "No, he isn't." She didn't relax or make any indication she might open the screen door. The dog was right at her knee, and he was a big one. Wasn't growling, though he looked like he would welcome the opportunity to take a nice hunk out of me. "Do you know when he'll be home?" I put the ID back in my jacket pocket, taking my time. Maybe in a day or two. I see. Well, Mrs. Hockersmith, he didn't answer the last letter we sent him, so they sent me around to see him. If he would just call us at the phone number on the letterhead. This wasn't as big a leap of faith as one might suspect. If the DEA was interested in this guy, the FAA probably was too. Flying drugs around was a bad crime. She didn't deny he got letters from the FAA, just said, "I'll tell him." I'd really appreciate that. I really would. You have a nice day. I turned and went down the sidewalk toward the street. I heard her close the door behind me. Jake Grafton and Yegon Koryev went for a walk. Koryev was up and about, had his IV out, and was dressed in some old clothes that Mac Kelly had that fit well enough for a farm. Jake kicked a few pebbles as he walked along with his hands in his pockets. "Where do you want to go from here?" he asked Koryev. The Russian eyed him. "What are my choices?" "I think you've told us about everything you want us to know, so where do you want to go?" "That I want you to know." "You heard me. The drugs we gave you can be defeated by hypnosis. They hypnotized you in Russia before this caper went down. I give you and the SVR an A grade. You can tell Putin that." "And you don't believe me?" "I believe that you haven't told me the whole story." The Russian walked along with long glances at the La Salle Mountains to the east and the Henry Mountains to the south. "What do you believe?" he asked. "I think that Anton Hunt approached you 5 or 6 years ago. He was a revolutionary who wanted to bring down the United States government. You took the proposal to Putin, and he and his aides thought this was a good, cheap way to cause the American government some serious grief. Tie it up in knots, make it focus inward. So Putin gave his approval. We didn't fool you. You almost did. Eileen said you wouldn't believe it. Putin didn't really care if you fooled me or not. He just wanted to give Conyers' enemies some ammunition to shoot. They're running around chasing their tails." "So you are done with me?" It wasn't a question, but a statement. "Yes. You can go home if you wish. We'll give you transit papers and put you on a plane. Or you can go wherever. Your choice." "Russia is my country. I'd like to go to Moscow. I'll make some telephone calls." Yegon Koryev saw a boulder the size of a table, looked for snakes and didn't see any, and sat on it. "America is a beautiful country," he said. "I had no idea." Jake Grafton stood looking around as if he were seeing it for the first time. The blue sky, puffy clouds, the distant mountains. Yes, he thought, a beautiful country. He smiled at Koryev. What was the secret that Koryev and Putin had worked so hard to protect? As he and the Russian walked back to the safe house, Jake realized that the secret could only be one thing: the identity of the person who proposed the funny money operation. It could have been Hunt, but if it had been, why work so hard to pin it on him? Yet if it wasn't Anton Hunt, who was it? I had dinner at a chain steakhouse and drifted out to the airport again after dark. There was a light on a pole that illuminated the self-service fuel dispenser, but the FBO office was dark and there was no light down at the T-hangars where Hockersmith had his office. I parked behind the T-hangars, put on surgical gloves, and tackled the pickup first. Got the door open and climbed inside. It was normal messy, I suspect, with bugs smashed on the windshield, dust on nearly every square inch, and dirt on the floor carpets. Little notes here and there, a few gas station receipts, nothing interesting. There was a 9mm pistol and a box of shells in the center console between the driver's and passenger seats. It was loaded. I had enough guns, so I left it there. I locked up the pickup and attacked the office door. Had it in about 2 minutes. Once inside, I turned on the light and got busy on Hockersmith's desk. He wasn't a neatnik. What I really wanted, of course, was a note in his handwriting with a phone number and a few words that said, "Use kerosene and flares." But I would take a lot less. I got a lot less. Got exactly nothing except for a few telephone numbers to pass on to Sarah Houston. I was regretting shooting the guy. He knew damn well who had paid him to murderous, and after a session with Armonte Hall, he would have been delighted to share that information. After all, he had been standing there with his damned hands up when I drilled him. That had not been one of my better moments. I finally gave up on the desk and checked out the closet. In addition to some miscellaneous junk, it held toilet paper, an open box of red mechanics rags, 2 cases of aviation oil, and a half-empty box of road flares. So we were right. There had been flares in that cockpit. They had burned with an amazingly intense heat when the fire got to them. Looking at the flares, my distress at shooting the bastard as he held up his hands dissipated, never to return. Senator Harland Westfall was having another terrible day. The man who thought of himself as the prophet of the new Democratic Party was also the brain behind the Dump Conyers movement in the House and Senate. The Speaker had to get the votes in the House of Representatives to impeach, but Westfall had to get the votes in the Senate to convict the bastard in order to throw him out of the White House, a much bigger order. Today wasn't going well. The news on the Russian money scandal, now the Russian fake money scandal, was like Chinese water torture. Another story every hour. Drip, drip, drip. It seemed to Westfall that the FBI had every agent in the country digging into bank records and questioning people who sent or received fake money. Some people told the FBI to go pound sand, but a lot of them were trying to talk their way out of trouble. It's human nature. You can tell a person he doesn't have to say a word, but that's counterintuitive. That isn't the way the world works. We all know that. From childhood on, you must tell the truth or think up a good lie when you are accused of something nasty. From eating all the cookies, screwing your girlfriend in the family car, or driving at 100 miles an hour while your sweetie sucks your dick. Man, you gotta have a story. Silence isn't an option. Unfortunately for Harland Westfall, while he had plenty of greasy, slimy things on Conyers and Republicans, who apparently were awash in Russian funny money, the Democrats were awash in it too. Today it was Westfall's turn. Over $1 million in Russian money went into his re-election coffers, and to make matters worse, his campaign manager had spent the damn money, so he didn't have it to refund. That is, if he even knew who to refund the money to, which he didn't. It had been donated by a bunch of PACs, foundations, shit like that no one could ever really find. No real addresses, no real tangible people to grill and skewer, no phone numbers. Just the money the campaign managers had blown on ads to tell the good people of New York how great a job Westfall was doing bringing the great Satan Conyers to account. So great a job that he needed another term in the Senate. The bastard manager had damn near financed a landslide with fake Russian money. Westfall got 70% of the vote, and in some precincts in Brooklyn and the Bronx, over 90%. Severe overkill, like a nuclear blast. Now Westfall was paying the price. The smart move would be to give the money to a charity to cleanse himself, purify himself before the public, but it was gone. Damn. Right now on the phone, Westfall was downplaying the amount of funny money his campaign received to a reporter. Out of over 24 million contributed, only $1 million was Russian money, he said. About 4%, actually less than 4%. Why do you think the Russians wanted to help you, Senator? Westfall almost smashed the phone on the desk. I don't think the Russians wanted to do anything except slime me, attempt to derail our representative government, ruin my reputation. Why you? Here was a question Westfall could hit out of the ballpark, a slow floater right across the middle of the plate. Yet he watched it go by without swinging. Everyone was getting slimed. That was his best defense. The money meant nothing. He said that to the reporter. So this money that was invested in Conyers Resort, how would you characterize that? I don't know if he solicited it or not. The FBI is investigating. So is Congress. If the president is corrupt, he will answer for his crimes. The reporter tried to push him into defending himself and condemning the president, but Westfall stopped without digging his own hole deeper. He hung up the phone and shouted a common obscenity. His phone beeped. The receptionist. Another reporter, sir, on the Hinton Foundation scandal. Yep, the FBI was busy there too. The former CFO said the foundation had received $25 million. Now the figure was up to $42 million. One network was doing bongs for every million of Russian money that had gone to the Hintons. Cynthia was trying to repair the political damage, but Willie had reportedly jetted off to a private island in the Caribbean, where allegedly underage prostitutes serviced old hulks. Westfall wished he were there too. "No," he told the receptionist. "I will not comment upon the Hintons' problems. I know absolutely nothing except that I have full faith in their honesty and moral character."
"Yes, sir. And your accountant wants you to call him. There's a $15,000 deposit in your investment account that seems odd."
My investment account? This was trouble. The campaign account he could defend, but his personal accounts? Uh-oh. Still, only $15,000. Chicken feed. "I'll call him." So he did. "No, Senator, it's $15,000 a month for the last 22 months. "For the love of Christ, how in hell did you miss deposits that big?"
"Senator, the deposits were bank transfers. They looked normal to me. I even put them on your income tax returns. Didn't you read the things?"
Hell no. He had signed them, his wife had signed them, and the secretary sent them off to the IRS, the state of New York, and the city of New York. Did this pinhead really think he had nothing better to do than sit in his office reading forms he didn't understand? The federal return 3/4 of an inch thick? He snarled at the accountant. "I pay you to fill in the blanks. Keep me out of trouble. That's what you are supposed to be doing."
"I'm trying, Senator, I'm trying. Apparently someone else is doing their best to boil you in oil."
A half hour later, he got another telephone call on his private line, this one from a secret friend in one of the agencies. The man didn't give his name, but Harlan Westfall recognized the voice. "The Russian is talking, Senator. He's naming names." Westfall cradled the receiver and sat looking at the wall. No two ways about it. The fucking Russians had double-crossed them. Anton Hunt was such an ass, and he, Harlan Westfall, had been a fool. Jesse Hughes lived in a 4-room flat in Ellicott City, Maryland, which is just west of Baltimore. His was the 3rd floor of an old house that had been converted to flats and condoized. He was the guy who had spoken to Paul Hockersmith on his cell phone 5 times in the 2 days before his death. Maybe he had paid Hockersmith to burn up the safe house with the Russian in it, or maybe he was financing a flight from Mexico to the U.S. with a load of drugs. Sarah had given me and Armonte some information about Hughes. He was a retired civil servant, supposedly now a part-time financial consultant for one of the big hedge funds. Had a business degree from the University of Maryland, was gay but looked straight. His partner was very effeminate and stayed home with the pooch, a lapdog that liked to bark. They didn't own a car, used Uber if it was too far to walk. "So far as we know, no one knows Hockersmith is dead," I said to Sarah.
"As far as we know."
"He might have run off to Mexico or Argentina."
"Might have."
"Or he might have been arrested by the DEA or FBI and is ratting out people."
"That's a possibility, too,"
she admitted. "We can work with that." After we got back to Washington, Armonte and I drove out to Ellicott City to scope out Hughes's pad. We had no idea what he looked like, nor had we seen a photo of the love interest. Just to be on the safe side, we called Bill Lights, who was following us with a van decked out to monitor bugs. "You ready?" "Born ready." "Let me test these out." I got the bugs out of my pocket one by one and whispered into them. They were the latest hot thing, so small they rested on the head of a pin. Ridiculously easy to plant. Just jab the pin into a piece of stuffed furniture or a drape, even a carpet in a spot where it wouldn't be trod upon too much, and let the tech gods do the rest. We were in a little bar on the corner sipping soft drinks when we saw the partner come along from the park with a little yapper on a leash. At least we saw a very effeminate guy with a very small dog. Armonte nudged me. He went into the building, and in a moment the lights on the 3rd floor of the building came on. We ordered coffee. Hughes was supposedly about 6 feet and an inch, weighed about 200, and was balding. After a bit, a guy who answered that description came by carrying a rolled-up umbrella and a briefcase. He turned in at the building across the street. We sat and watched to see if anyone else was interested in Mr. Hughes. Apparently not. I called Sarah. Do you have his cell phone tapped?
Yep.
We're going over now. Shouldn't take over 15 minutes, if that. Listen up. So we paid our bill and walked across the street, pushed the button above the mailbox to buzz the third floor.
Who is it?
FBI, Mr. Hughes, if we might have a word. A long moment of silence. Then the click, and Armonti pulled the door open. He looked at me, and I looked at him. No elevator. We hiked up to the third floor and knocked. Hughes opened the door. He was trying to manage his face. Mr. Jesse Hughes, I'm Agent Wilson, and this is Agent Brown. We offered our credentials, which were great CIA fakes, even better than the real ones. The badges were works of art. He merely glanced at them.
What do you want?
I kept the puss deadpan. Well, it might be better to talk to you in your home with the door closed, or you can come downtown with us if you like. He opened the door. We entered and the dog yapped. The lover was wearing a dressing gown and had shaved legs. After he closed the door, I asked, "And this is?"
Joe Lashetsky.
Armonti dropped to a seat on the couch and whipped out a notebook. He said, all business. "You're going to have to spell that for me, please." Hughes did. So he was rattled, already on the defensive. The dog kept barking. The apartment was severely hip, as modern as the day after tomorrow, with art on the walls that would have baffled Picasso, and uncomfortable chairs of many different primary colors. If you like this sort of thing, this is the sort of thing you would like. I sank into a purple chair. Hughes took a chair which was some shade of red. "We could probably do without the dog," I said gently, almost allowing myself to smile. Joe L. floated up from his chair, which was blue, and sashayed out of the room, murmuring to the dog, which followed him. He closed the door. "Mr. Hughes, we find ourselves in a very difficult position. Do you know a man named Paul Hockersmith?" He had to think about that.
Hockersmith?
Yes, Paul Hockersmith. I spelled the last name for him. He decided he wasn't going to know Mr. Hockersmith. He says he knows you, Mr. Hughes. He's in protective custody. Apparently someone is trying to assassinate him. Hughes's eyes grew noticeably bigger and rounder. Do you know any reason why anyone would want to kill Mr. Hockersmith? This question conveniently ignored the fact that he had just said he didn't know the man. He remembered, but barely, just in time.
Why, no. But I don't recall ever meeting Mr. Hockersmith, you say?
Right, Paul Hockersmith. He tried to look mystified and succeeded in looking just plain scared. Well, if you have never met the man, I said and stood. Armonti rose and seemed to expand as he did so. Hall was an ugly-looking bastard. I could see Hughes giving him the eye. Armonti adjusted his shoulder holster. Hughes saw that, sure enough. I held out a card and he tore his eyes from Armonti. Thank you for your time tonight, Mr. Hughes. Obviously, your name came up in our interviews with Mr. Hockersmith, who does say he knows you. If you think of anything else you want to tell us, that's my card. Give me a ring any time and leave a message. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. He took the card.
What is Hockersmith saying about me?
I smiled and shrugged. We can't talk about ongoing investigations, Mr. Hughes. But we are worried about possible assassins. If you see or hear anything that makes you suspicious, please call. We can't help unless we know you need help. And with that, we made our exit, trooped down the stairs, and headed for the bar across the street. Got 4 planted, Armonti told me. We perched on 2 stools at the end of the bar. I could watch the door to the apartment house by looking in the mirror. Been a long day, Armonti said to the bartender. What do you have on draft? He ordered a Guinness. I said I'd take the same. Armonti called Bill Lights to see if the bugs were working. He nodded at me. Yes. We were sipping stout and relaxing when my phone rang. The caller ID said it was Sarah.
He's on the phone to a man named Kevin Edwards, one of the 20. He's almost hysterical. Edwards is trying to calm him down. Here's Edwards' address.
She read it to me and I copied it down. Call me back when they get done, I said. 20 minutes slipped by. When the phone rang, Sarah had some information.
Edwards is a big wheel in a hedge fund. She named it. Your friend in Utah named him as one of the 20.
We finished our Guinness and walked to where we parked our car. We set off for New York City with Bill Lights following in the van. We crashed at a small hotel that specialized in housing government employees on per diem, a tired old hotel with tiny elevators and tiny rooms. The next morning, we went to find Kevin Edwards. He lived in the 50s between Park and Madison. After we had another conversation with Bill Lights and tested another half-dozen bugs, we rang Edwards' button in the lobby. "Yes?" A man's voice. So we caught him at home. "FBI, Mr. Edwards. May we have a few minutes of your time?" There were 3 cameras mounted high in the lobby, no doubt tapping Hall and me for future reference, or posterity if anyone ever cared to check. 6 minutes later, we were seated in Edwards' living room. We displayed our credentials. Edwards actually looked at mine. He was in his 50s, pretty buff, wearing workout clothes that showed off his biceps and shoulders. Flat stomach. About 5 feet 8 or 9 inches. Armonte Hall could have broken him in half with one hand. "Your name came up, Mr. Edwards, in the interrogation of a Mr. Paul Hockersmith." "I don't believe I know the man. Does he live here in New York?" "Utah." "I don't know anyone in Utah." He frowned. "I don't think I have ever been there even." He mentioned your name, and that of a Mr. Jesse Hughes. We have talked with Mr. Hughes, and he said he didn't know Mr. Hockersmith either. "Well, I don't, so I can't help you." Edwards stood. I didn't. "Here's why we are here, Mr. Edwards." I lowered my voice a notch and watched his eyes. I didn't want him watching Hall jab pins into the furniture. "We believe assassins are targeting Mr. Hockersmith, Mr. Hughes, and you. I can't tell you where this information comes from, but we believe it to be credible. If I were you, I would take reasonable precautions. Do you have a bodyguard?" "No." He was still standing, but trying to decide if he wanted to sit. His eyes were riveted upon me. "You might think about employing one or more. If an assassination attempt comes, it won't be half-hearted. It will happen extremely fast." I snapped my fingers. Now Armonte and I stood and walked toward the door. "Look both ways before you cross the street," Hall told the guy. I bit my lip to keep from smiling. I checked Edwards' eyes again. He didn't think that was funny. He was scared, obviously. "Good day, Mr. Edwards." We pulled the door shut behind us. In the elevator, I said to Hall, "You ass. Watch both ways. Shit." 6 more bugs. Onward and upward. "I'm ready to go get some breakfast," he said. We hailed a taxi on the street and gave the hacky the address of our favorite bagel joint. My phone rang before we got there. Sarah again.
"Edwards is on the landline. He's calling Senator Westfall, but I can only hear his half of the conversation."
"Well, how about that?" I said. Chapter 18. When he was on the truth serum, Yevgeny Koryev fingered Ava Silva as the Kremlin's minister without portfolio in the fake money sting targeted against Democrats. She had plenty of help, of course, from committed progressives who knew that Democrats were just Republicans who didn't belong to a church or golf club. The progressive revolution could not succeed unless and until both the Democrats and Republicans were consigned to the dustbin of history. Ava's disciples had been the ones who flooded the Hinton Foundation with cash, gave money to most of the Democratic candidates for the House and Senate, including Harlan Westfall, and got prominent Democrats tied up in inexplicable, embarrassing conflicts of interest. One of their best stunts was to get the Democrat senator from Massachusetts, the former Indian and Harvard professor who wanted to be president, entrapped as a slumlord in downtown Boston by buying buildings at tax sales, in bankruptcy court, and in mortgage foreclosure proceedings in the name of a corporation they had created for her. They had done the same thing to the mayor of Detroit, but on a lesser scale. The Boston strike was a masterpiece. When the Boston Globe got wind of it 2 days ago, the senator owned $12.5 million worth of rat and cockroach-infested tenements, 40% of which had been condemned. This morning the story broke, and Ava Silva was savoring the triumph. She was in her office at the university reading the story on the Globe's website when her telephone rang. She checked the caller ID. Her maid.
Yes, Juanita. Ah, Senora, some men are here.
There followed some words that Ava didn't get, followed by some she did.
Gas company. Should I let them in?
Ava had no doubt these were indeed gas company employees checking the lines for leaks.
Oh, of course.
Doc Gordon and I were waiting at the door when the Mexican maid returned.
Senora says all right.
We were admitted with our testing devices, so we sampled the air in the basement, the kitchen, and around the 3 gas log fireplaces, and left bugs all over. The whole job took 20 minutes. We thanked Juanita and went out the door to our borrowed power company ride. As Doc piloted us down the twisty drive, I checked our list again. Next stop, Ava's #1 lieutenant, an economist, Langwith Chandler, who worked for the largest private bank in America. Fortunately, he lived just 3 miles from the Silva's humble 17-room cottage. I looked back at Bill Lights, who was wearing earphones and manning the tech console. He gave me a thumbs up. 2 minutes later, I got a call from Sarah.
Ava's on the phone to Langwith Chandler. Apparently he's at home today, about to do a telephone call-in interview with CNBC.
We'll try to stay out from underfoot, I told her. And by golly, we did. Admitted to check for gas leaks, I actually got into Chandler's office while he was on the air with the financial gurus. He ignored me. I waved the wand around, checked the readings, and inserted 2 pins with bugs on them in the stuffed chairs. We had done 5 dwellings by noon. 3 of them were simple 2- or 3-room flats whose building superintendent gave us the key. We went in, checked for leaks, and got out of each place as quickly as our professional chores would allow. In the last place we hit, the tenant was there, an emaciated string bean in his 30s who was obviously on heroin. He had needle tracks in his arms. He typed on his computer while we checked his digs, and damn if we didn't find his stove was leaking. Got him into the kitchen, showed him the reading, and called the power company on the spot. We had our bugs all in place when the real gas men turned up, so we faded. In the van, Doc Gordon said, "He ain't never gonna live to see the revolution, not with that habit of his." "Only if it happens quickly," I said judiciously. "Like this week or maybe next." "How many millions did this dude handle?" "Over 500 million, Sarah thinks." "He's probably got enough shit stashed away to keep New York pain-free for a decade." The addict was the last of Ava's local contacts, so we broke for lunch. After, we took the van back to the power company. We reclaimed our car, and Armonte Hall and I set forth upon the highways to visit some more of Ava's friends, with Bill Lights following in the company van. 2 days later, we jumped a plane for California. If you are going to plot revolution and dictatorship, California is the place to do it. In the first place, everyone there thinks they are part of the intellectual elite and should therefore be on the dictatorship committee. Second, everyone from San Diego to the Oregon border hates someone with a pure and perfect passion. I should know. I grew up there. One of Ava Silva's acolytes was a professor at Berkeley, Justin Alschweid, who had been busy using Russian money to slime and destroy prominent Democrats around the state. He lived with 3 girlfriends in a rooftop condo just far enough from campus to be affordable. The girls didn't work, just hung out and provided Justin with all the sex he could stand in return for food and pot. There didn't seem to be much point in bugging the place, so we didn't try. Justin didn't have a landline, and we were monitoring his cell phone calls. Yet as Armonte and I talked about Justin's situation, we wondered if perhaps we could do something more, some little thing to make his life more exciting. I soon found out that he liked to have lunch at a food court at the student union on campus, so I rendezvoused with him there. Got in line just behind him, followed him with my tray, and sat down right beside him. He had thinning hair and a scraggly goatee. What was left of his hair was held together with a rubber band and a ponytail. "Hope you don't mind," I mumbled. He looked down his nose at me as if I were a Republican. I put my hand on his arm. "Don't get up and don't look around. I'm taking a desperate chance talking to you like this, so don't give me away for Christ's sake." His eyes bulged. He ran his eyes right and left as far as he could without turning his head. "It's that big black man with all the hair standing against the wall. Is he looking at us?" "Yes," Professor Justin whispered.
He's staring.
Don't look at him. Eat your meal. The guy had some kind of kale and quinoa salad in a disposable dish. It looked awful. Use your fork, I directed. We're just talking normally. Ignore that black man. Justin took a bite as directed. As he chewed kale, he asked,
Who is he?
He's a hired killer. The Democrats know what you've been up to. They've hired this guy to pop you. You've made some serious enemies in Sacramento and Washington. He stared at me.
Who are you? How do you know all this?
I'm a friend. They tried to hire me, but I refused. I shrugged and attacked my salad, which was green spinach with bacon bits, onions, some boiled egg crumbles, and 2 kinds of peppers. It's not that I have any qualms about killing, you understand. Sometimes it is necessary. But I refuse to terminate people I agree with politically. The asshole's head bobbed when he heard this. Yeah, man, never do the seekers of wisdom and truth. I shot Armonte a glance. He was planted right against that wall, glowering at us. Professor, you and I both know how the Democrats have enslaved people of color, kept them in poverty and on drugs just so they could capture their votes on Election Day. They're evil. I made eye contact and looked deep into his brown ones. Evil, I whispered. I sighed and forked some salad. It was actually pretty good, but I had to cut off my interview and get out of there before Justin and I became new best friends. They want you dead, I told him, just loud enough for him to hear. Take precautions. Watch who is around you. Always leave yourself an escape route. Don't trust anyone. I patted him on the arm. Keep up the good work and stay alive. I rose and walked out, leaving the bulk of my salad on the table. Since I gave him a life-saving tip, maybe Justin Alschweid would bust my lunch when he finished his. When Jake Grafton's cell rang, he checked the caller ID. The phone didn't recognize the caller, but it was a Washington area code, so he answered it. Mr. Grafton, this is the president. Yes, sir. I recognize your voice. What have you learned from that Russian, Koryev? Sir, this is an unsecure line. Perhaps I should... God damn it! I am tired of sitting in the dark like a damned mushroom waiting for people to feed me shit. What have you learned? Grafton was in the safe house boiling 2 eggs for breakfast, so he turned the stove off and went outside where there would be no curious ears. As he brought the president up to speed on the questioning of Yegon Koryev, he watched the sun peep over the LaSalle Mountains. The sky was absolutely clear. The day was going to be fantastic. Mr. President, I have been using the secure satellite phone to talk to Reem Kittis to keep him informed. Hasn't he been briefing you? He has, but I want it firsthand. And I want to ask the $64 question. What do you think? I think the possibilities of political paralysis in America looked irresistible to the boys in the Kremlin. They could see a lot of upside and not much downside. How in hell are we going to save America? We need to get these people who distributed the money talking. I don't care a fig about prosecutions or about all the warnings the FBI and cops have to give. We can't wait 2 or 3 years while the wheels of justice grind along. We're going to get it in their own words one way or another. When? As soon as possible. Washington is going critical, becoming a self-sustaining chain reaction, Von Conyers said. If this goes on for any length of time, in my judgment, the United States Constitution is going to be torn up. We're heading for a collapse of representative government. The choice will ultimately boil down to a dictatorship of the right or the left. Jake prayed no one was recording this conversation. That's after the Civil War, Conyers continued. The whole concept of the loyal opposition is going up the flue. Both sides hate each other. They are working their way up to wanting the other side dead. Jake Grafton made a noise. Conyers continued, almost thinking aloud. This morning some columnist said maybe it's time to tear America down and start all over again. That's terrible thinking. What he's really saying is that the Constitution is inadequate. I reject that. The Constitution is a political compromise, and ripping it up isn't going to fill in the political divide between conservatives and liberals. I didn't sign up to be the last president of the United States. Jake realized that Von Conyers needed someone to talk to. The president continued. When a nationally syndicated columnist who usually has good sense writes something like that will be read all over the United States, Jake, we have big troubles. Now I know how Lincoln felt when the southern states seceded from the Union. We're on the edge of the abyss and no one can see the bottom, but a bunch of people are working themselves up to jumping. Yes, sir. I want you to keep me informed. Call me at any hour of the day or night at this number. Your phone captured it. Yes, sir, I will. If I can't answer, leave a message. I'll call you back when I can. The president hung up. The gentle breeze smelled of early summer. Jake Grafton took one good whiff and went back into the house. He had to get back to Washington. He got the fire going under the eggs and made several telephone calls to arrange transportation. When Mac Kelly came in, Grafton said, I'm leaving. Koryev will be going with me. The Marines will stay. They discussed logistics for a moment, then Grafton ate his eggs and went to pack his duffel. 2 hours later, Alvy Johnson gave them a ride to the helicopter landing site. If you see that Tommy guy again, tell him I said hi. I'll do that. I'm sorry he killed that pilot, the cowboy said. But if Tommy hadn't shot the airplane down, he would have burned up the house and everyone in it. That's true. He's not going to be in trouble for killing that guy, is he? No, he's just got to live with it. Anytime you make a life-or-death judgment, you must live with it. Goes with the territory. Alvy just nodded. He, Jake Grafton, and Yegon Koryev sat in the cab of the pickup talking about nothing much until the helicopter came. Alvy carried Grafton's bag over and shoved it through the door. Koryev carried the stuff he had been given in a pillowcase. After Koryev was aboard, Grafton shook Alvy's hand and climbed into the thing. The helicopter still had the engines running and the rotor turning. When the helicopter had disappeared to the northwest in the direction of Capitol Reef, Alvy got his can of Skoal from his hip pocket, put a pinch in his mouth, then got into the pickup and headed back to the barn. He wondered who the other guy was, but he hadn't asked. He finally understood that it was possible to know too much. He had shit to shovel, and he was happy with that. Abraham Goldman was a banker. He had an office on the 21st floor of his bank building in downtown San Francisco, on top of one of the hills. Armonti and I were wearing ties with our sports coats when we presented our fake credentials to the receptionist, and asked to speak to Mr. Goldman, the CEO and chairman of the board. I heard her whisper into the phone, "Federal officers, Mr. Goldman." We were directed to an elevator that took us straight to the top. A receptionist was waiting to meet us, not sitting behind a desk doing her nails, but standing there waiting when we came strolling out of the elevator door. She showed us to a corner office with lots of windows and closed the door behind us. "Took you long enough," the man behind the desk said. He was in his 70s with his coat and tie off and his sleeves rolled up. Little guy, wispy white hair. He had 3 televisions in his office, and they were all on different networks. This guy was a news junkie. "I called you 3 days ago," he said. "What is your problem?" I glanced at Armonti and found he was looking at me with his eyebrows up. I took a chair in front of the desk, and Armonti sank into the one beside it. I suspected that Goldman thought we were really important people, like FBI agents or bank examiners, maybe IRS agents, someone with some stroke. "We came as soon as we could, Mr. Goldman," I said apologetically. Goldman gestured toward the televisions. "Goddamn country is coming apart. Some senator just advocated tearing up the United States Constitution on a nationwide television show. Can you believe it?" "Some people can't contain their enthusiasm," I remarked. "I know that I am partially responsible for this crisis," Abraham Goldman said, "and I want to take full responsibility for my part in it. I want to confess. I want this off my conscience. I bitterly regret agreeing to have anything to do with this." I noticed that Armonti had 2 of the bugs out and stabbed them into the chairs. He also had his cell phone in his hand, and I thought he was recording the conversation. He held the phone in his lap, below Goldman's level of vision. "Who first approached you, Mr. Goldman?" It took him a moment to collect himself. He licked his lips and began, "Michael Hunt, Anton's son, about 3 years or so ago. I don't remember the exact date.
We were at a conference in Jackson Hole.
What did he want you to do?
Help spread some fake Russian money around to embarrass California politicians. He was quite upfront about it.
And away Mr. Goldman went, telling us everything about the operation. He talked on, getting this mess off his chest, with only a few prompts from me. I hoped Bill Lights in the van was getting all this on the bugs. Armonte was checking his phone every few minutes. I had no idea how big the memory in that phone was, how much of this he could record. Goldman was obviously near a nervous breakdown. His hands shook, his lips quivered. He had trouble speaking in complete sentences. I had my little notebook out and was jotting down some of the more important points. About how Goldman spread hundreds of millions of dollars to every contractor and politician involved with Caltrans, the ill-starred commuter train that was grossly over budget. He had a list of people and companies he had passed money to, most of them having no idea where the money came from or what it was for. He offered the list and I took it. The total was $463 million. He had even signed the thing. I studied it, folded it, and put it inside my jacket pocket. His distress was painful to watch. Finally, I had had enough. Mr. Goldman, let's take a break here. We are indeed federal officers, but I doubt if we are from the agency you were expecting. Who did you think we work for? He stared. Finally, he got it out.
FBI.
Actually, we are from the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency. My name is Tommy Carmellini, and my colleague is Armonte Hall. We are here because Russian money was involved. We had good reason to believe you helped spread it around, which is why we called on you today. He hid his face behind one hand. I watched for a moment, then realized Abraham Goldman was probably weeping.
You didn't come to arrest me.
It wasn't a question, but a statement. We have no powers of arrest. We are trying to determine who the Russians used to pump over $200 billion in fake money into the American economy and how those people spread it around. I certainly didn't know that much moolah had come to America, but I wasn't ready to split hairs. I gestured toward the televisions on the wall. You see that the money is causing a crisis that is threatening America.
Yes.
Knowing who we really are, do you wish to continue your statement?
Yes. I want you to record it and get someone to type it up, and I want to sign it. I want this off my chest. America is a great country. Oh, hell, it has its problems, but that is called life. My father fought on Guadalcanal, and my brother was killed in Vietnam. I wonder what they would have thought if they knew what I did. I'll take whatever punishment the government feels appropriate.
We can do a video, I said, with your permission, and go through it from end to end. Would you be agreeable to that?
Yes.
I can make some phone calls and set it up, now. But I want you to think this through, Mr. Goldman. You may want to discuss this with your attorney before you do it. From what you've told me, it seems that you are open to lawsuits from some of these people or companies you sent money to. I am sure Hunt intended that your name would never come out. Now you are talking about putting it out there for the world to hear.
No damned lawyers. I shouldn't have done it, and I'll take what's coming.
Before I make the telephone call, Mr. Goldman, I'd like to shake your hand if you're willing. I rose and went around the desk, and he shook my hand. He had tears glistening on his cheeks. Armonte Hall was right behind me. I reached Jake Grafton in a plane on his way to Washington. I thought you were supposed to have your cell phone off on those things. Yeah. What is it, Tommy? I told him about Mr. Goldman and my videotape idea. He's willing. He wants to confess and liked my idea. I'll make some arrangements and call you back. Where are you exactly? I told him the name of the bank and the address. Bye. And he was gone. I turned to Mr. Goldman. That was my boss, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, Jacob L. Grafton.
I've heard the name.
He liked the videotape idea if you are willing. Maybe we can undo some of the damage that money has caused. Grafton called back 15 minutes later and asked to talk to Mr. Goldman. I could only hear Goldman's end of it. They were still on the telephone a half hour later when the receptionist knocked, then entered.
There's a cameraman and reporter here, Mr. Goldman.
He held the phone away from his head and said,
Send them in.
The banker finished his talk with Grafton while the television people set up lights and a camera. Finally, he handed my cell phone back. Grafton was still on the thing. "Let the TV people do the interview, Tommy, but you can ask questions from off camera. Get the whole story out. They'll run the thing tonight. Let's see if we can kill some snakes with the truth." "Yes, sir." So we did it. I never did get to ask Grafton who he knew at WSFC, and he never mentioned it. But his circle of acquaintances and old shipmates all over the country never ceased to amaze me. Mr. Goldman went to the little restroom beside his office before we began. When he came out, I could see he had washed his face. Then he put on his tie and jacket and seated himself behind his desk. When the camera started rolling, he started talking. Every now and then I asked a pointed question from off camera. I made damn sure that Michael Hunt's name was mentioned 3 times. 2 hours passed before the reporter looked at me with raised eyebrows. Goldman was visibly wilting. I nodded and the cameraman turned off his equipment and killed the lights. 7 o'clock tonight, the reporter said as she was leaving. She made it a point to shake hands with Mr. Goldman. I looked at the battery level in my cell phone. A little left. I called Jake Grafton again. He was back in Washington, probably Langley. 7 o'clock Pacific on WSFC, I said. 2 hours worth. Good job, Tommy. What do you want me and Armonte to do? We can't just leave Mr. Goldman. The shit is going to hit the fan when this thing airs. Check out of your hotel and take him to his home. Stay with him. Keep him safe. Yes, sir. I'll have some people relieve you tomorrow. Until then, he doesn't talk to anyone but his immediate family. No FBI, no calls from New York, none of his colleagues at the bank, no reporters, no one. Got it. After it airs, call me and tell me how Mr. Goldman is doing. Wilco. Until then. Chapter 19. Jake Grafton came back from Utah to a CIA headquarters in Ferment. Monitoring the cell phones and listening devices that Carmellini had planted took dozens of people and large rooms full of equipment. Sarah Houston was in charge of that effort, which looked like organized chaos. They had talked 3 or 4 times a day while he was in Utah, but still there was no substitute for actually seeing what was happening where the rubber met the road. Grafton had a problem. Someone had leaked the fact that Yegon Koryev was in Utah. The assassination attempt had followed almost as soon as it could be arranged, so the leak had happened early, within hours of the decision being made that the Russian would be interrogated in Utah. The real question, he thought, was how far the information had spread. Was it a whisper that one of the conspirators had taken for action, or had it been disseminated widely among the people in the know? He suspected he would soon find out. The people in the conspiracy to spread the fake money far and wide obviously intended to rock the American system of government, not just the existing government, but the system, to its foundations. Vladimir Putin had plenty of help, but Putin was in Russia and they were here, with everything staked on the outcome. The conspirators would be ruined if their roles became public. It would soon become war to the knife, and the knife to the hilt if it wasn't already. Sarah Houston was not one for mincing words. I need more people, Admiral. Grafton didn't hesitate. Draft them from every office in the building. If we don't defuse this Russian money crisis, this agency is going to disintegrate along with the rest of the federal government. These people are going to be unemployed very soon. She nodded. Oh, by the way, here are a couple more telephone numbers I want monitored. Every conversation, everything these phones over here. And you're going to have to be the one to do it. No one else. Jake Grafton decided that this evening might be a good time to try out his new personal access to the president, so he gave him a call. Jake Grafton, Mr. President. I am told that WSFC in San Francisco is going to run a 2-hour confession from the chairman of the First Bank of the United States at 10 o'clock our time this evening. No doubt it will be simulcast on the web. I'll watch. The president of WSFC tells me the network refused to carry it sight unseen. If they think it is newsworthy, they'll break it into existing programming and run the thing nationwide. That's the best we could get. What will happen after they air it? For Abe Goldman, personal catharsis at a hell of a price. He will probably have to go bankrupt and his bank may fail. But this thing is going to be a wake-up call for a lot of people who thought they could subvert the government and remain anonymous. Tomorrow will be even more exciting than today, Von Conyers said bitterly. One suspects so. But I think we are coming to a crisis. We'll weather it or we won't. I'll watch. Thanks for the call. The president hung up. Jake was 10 minutes into watching the broadcast of Abraham Goldman's confession on his office computer when the network WSFC belonged to started carrying it. The program appeared on his office television, which had been turned to the right channel just in case. A note at the bottom of the screen stated that the program had been recorded earlier today. The first notification that Goldman's statement had hit some raw nerves was a telephone call from one of California's senators. A woman politically joined at the hip with Harland Westphal, one who was obviously just now on the verge of a meltdown.
Grafton, I called WSFC about this filth they are airing this very minute, and the program manager said to call your agency. Are you responsible for this venom from a deranged mind?
I am not deranged, madam.
Don't fuck with me, little man. I am not a madam. I am Senator Conchina to you. That bank is the largest in California. You just put the California economy on the chopping block. I want your resignation to be tomorrow morning's headline, or your agency will never get another dollar from the Intelligence Committee. Do you understand?
Is that a promise?
You're goddamn right.
Making promises you can't keep is a bad habit, Senator. Grafton hung up on her. His next call, the calls were filtered by the executive assistant on duty, since the receptionist had gone home for the evening, was from a journalist Grafton had known for years, Jack Yockey. Good evening, Admiral. As I live and breathe. And the reason I am calling, Admiral, is that I just got a telephone call from Senator Conchina's chief of staff. She and I have this little thing going. Anyway, she says the senator is bouncing off the walls because you are behind this confession of the chairman of the First Bank of the United States that is airing right now. I'm watching it, Jake said. You can probably hear the soundtrack in the background. This is the first time I've seen it. Did you have anything to do with this? Jack, you know I don't answer questions from the press, especially open-ended questions like that. You need to call the CIA Public Affairs Office or the White House Press Office tomorrow. Maybe one of those will have a statement. Or maybe they won't. Admiral, the senator is going public with her accusations that you set up this manure dump by Abe Goldman. I need something for the website. Would no comment be fair? I suppose. By the way, what are you up to professionally these days? I have an hour show on Sunday evening for Fox that you obviously haven't been watching, the reporter said. Maybe that will grow into something. How are your ratings? Middling. We're selling pillows, cooking gadgets, and silver wafers. Silver is the investment you need for the coming depression. Jack, you and I have always had a good working relationship in the past. You have played fair and haven't cheated on the ground rules. If in the future there is a story that you could help tell, I'll give you a call at this number if you wish. Any time, Admiral, day or night, except Sunday night when I'm on camera. Thanks, Jack. Abe Goldman's confession left Jake Grafton shaken. He hadn't realized how detailed it was. The sources of the money, shell corporations, transfers, dates, telephone conversations with fellow conspirators. All those details gave it the power of authenticity that would make it extremely difficult for anyone to call Abe Goldman a liar and make it stick. He went to the basement where Sarah Houston had set up shop. Let me see everything you have on Senator Westphal. He knew that Westphal and the late Anton Hunt had been political soulmates, and now he learned that the younger Hunt, Michael, was equally in Westphal's orbit. Or Westphal was in his. From the comments the two made to each other, they had made exhaustive plans to distribute the Russian largesse. They kept referring to those plans. But what were they? Where were they? Could he somehow convince Westphal he had the plans? Or should he try to get them? He flipped through the transcripts, which were not prepared by stenographers listening to raw audio, but by computers that converted sounds to print. Consequently, there were typos, missed words, unrecognizable phrases, and the like. But the gist was usually there. If necessary, a real human could listen to the conversation in question and see if a better transcript could be prepared. Half the senators in Westfall's party were apparently in on some portion of the secret. It was a miracle that such a secret had been kept so long. No wonder the Russians had been ready to spin the wheel. If they didn't, it would have come out piecemeal. Grafton moved over to the transcripts of Ava Silva's calls. She was getting more and more worried as the days passed, and she talked to her Confederates, some of whom repeated the assassin rumors that Carmellini had helped spread. At first, she discounted those rumors, but lately she had ceased to do so. She even warned several of her fellow conspirators to be careful, to watch for strangers, to take reasonable precautions. Which begged the question, what were reasonable precautions against a determined assassin? As he rose to leave, he saw Sarah Houston watching him under lowered eyebrows, frowning. She was wearing a headset that was plugged into a computer.
Do you know who those last 2 phones belong to that you wanted monitored?
Conyers and Kittis.
You'll put us both in prison.
Grafton went back to his office and stirred through the telephone messages that had accumulated this evening. He called for his driver and went to the parking lot to meet him. Abe Goldman watched the first hour or so of his confession. Then his wife turned off the television. She was a petite like him. She looked at Goldman and said,
Enough. You and I are going to bed.
I had to do it, Rachel. I had to confess.
I know. You did the right thing. But it's time for bed. These men will sit here and make sure we get a good night's sleep.
We will, Armonte Hall said. Goldman was all used up. I helped him walk into the bedroom and sit on the edge of the bed. His wife said she would take it from there, so I left and closed the door. The telephone was off the hook. What do you say or do when you have just blown up the existence you spent all your life building? Sure, he did the crimes, but still. After all, this is America. You lawyer up, deny everything, take the fifth, string it out as long as humanly possible with delays and appeals, and finally, if heaven forbid you are convicted, when the sentencing comes, you throw yourself on the mercy of the court. You do the remorse thing. Talk about your charities. Tell the judge you are now in tight with Jesus or Jehovah. Have friends testify about your wonderful warm heart, and have your doctor testify about your infirmities. Goldman didn't do that. He stood tall to take the bullet. I really liked the guy. Out in the living room, Armonte Hall was standing looking out a window at the night skyline of San Francisco. You could see the First Bank Tower on the top of a hill, standing all lit up against the dark sky. Maybe we shouldn't be standing in front of this window, I said, just as a hole appeared in a pane of glass in the middle. A tiny shower of bits flew inward. The bullet had passed between us. We hit the deck anyway. Gonna be a long night, Armonte said. I stretched out on the floor. Think we ought to call the cops? I asked. It'll be an hour before they get here. That dude will be asleep in Oakland by then. We settled the matter by finding the liquor cabinet and pouring ourselves stiff ones. Although he was exhausted, Jake Grafton had the driver take him to the Lincoln Memorial. He left the car and walked up the stairs, stood at Lincoln's feet, and finally turned and looked back toward the Washington Monument. Then he left the memorial and walked the 100 yards to the wall, the Vietnam Memorial, with its 58,000 names. That was a strange place. If you closed your eyes and fingered the engraved names, you could see them through the mists of time. See those young men from your youth, those young Americans who went forth to fight because they were told this was America's battle. Those faces, precisely like the faces of the men who fought at Shiloh and Gettysburg, in the smoke of the wilderness, on the Marne, at Normandy, Guadalcanal, and 1,000 other places. It was 1 a.m. when Jake Grafton found the car and driver and asked to go to Arlington Cemetery. When the Civil War dead were being brought to Washington, they were interred in Robert E. Lee's lawn, at the Custis Lee Mansion at Arlington. American soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen have been interred there ever since. On an early summer night, Jake Grafton could feel their presence. It was after 2 when the driver dropped him at his building in Roslyn and he let himself into his condo with a key.
Jake, is that you?
Callie's voice. I'm home. The next morning, every network on the planet was playing short snippets of Abe Goldman's confession. So Harland Westphal, Frankie Conchina, and the Speaker of the House put their heads together to see what might be done. They decided that they needed to nudge the media off the Goldman story, the Russian fake money story, the attempted bribery of almost every public official in the nation and half the prominent businesses. The Speaker introduced a bill in the House to impeach President Conyers for unspecified high crimes and misdemeanors. She announced it in the rotunda of the Capitol. One of the high crimes was the investment of Russian money in the president's resort he had developed in Florida. While she was regaling the press with recitations of Conyers' crimes, a national newspaper broke the story that the Speaker and her husband had made over $8 million from assorted lobbyists in Washington and Sacramento, money that didn't look as if it were Russian money, although it might have been. The payments, according to the story, were apparently bribes for political favors, including securing government contracts for the Speaker's spouse, who was a construction contractor. When she had finished with her announcement of the impeachment bill, one of the reporters asked her about the bribery story, which she had not yet read or been briefed upon. Still, the Speaker denounced that story as fake, a smear, although she had just smeared the president with Russian money herself. That irony was not lost on her. Humiliated and enraged, the Speaker stalked off to Harland Westfall's office to unburden herself with an epic rant. Westfall's office computer captured every syllable. The question presented itself, so a pundit finally asked it. If you had an unlimited source of free money and knew some politicians who were a bit less than honest, how much would you spend to get the kind of government you richly deserved, that you knew your fellow Americans richly deserved? How much would you spend to soothe the appetites of the savage politicians and improve the world for all mankind? Chapter 20. The political scene was a cornucopia that kept on giving if you were in the news business. The press had yet to tumble to the fact that Ava Silva and Senator Westfall had been busy giving money to their political enemies in a way that would create problems for them. Meanwhile, Ava and her disciples were doing the same to their so-called friends. If your goal is to topple the establishment, screw everybody. Saul Alinsky never said that, but he should have. Of course, the Russians had helped. They had agents or friends, or usually damn fools who didn't know where the money was coming from or care, who gave people money in ways that would ruin them if the receipt of the funds ever came to light. And now the light was beginning to shine. The morning newspaper was a catalog of greed and stupidity, Jake Grafton decided. He had the kitchen television on while he slurped coffee, scrutinized headlines, and read snippets of stories. His cell phone was still off. The instant he turned it on, people in his agency and across the spectrum of government would be after him. The amazing thing, he thought, was that all the politicians were pointing fingers at their ideological enemies, in public, in print, on camera. Their opponents were evil, greedy men and women without scruples, lying hypocrites who said one thing to the voters and did something else in their private lives. Even if a politician had been slimed himself, he seemed to think it perfectly logical to accuse his ideological enemies of the same kind of odious behavior that he himself had been accused of. When Callie came into the kitchen in her robe, he kissed her and poured her some coffee. She sat down beside him at the counter and took her first experimental morning sip. For the first time that morning, Jake Grafton actually became aware of his surroundings. The sun peeping up over Washington threw the bright colors of the kitchen in stark relief. He realized that Callie had put a planter with 3 little flowers in the windowsill. "What are those?" He gestured at the flowers. "Violets. I have always loved them." He smiled and kissed her. "I missed you, lady." "I missed you too, husband of mine." She sighed and gestured at the television and newspaper. "Where is all this going, Jake?" "They hate each other. The Mutual Hatred Society." "People used to be able to disagree about politics." "We've lost that somewhere along the way," her husband said thoughtfully. She glanced at the clock. "The driver will be here for you in 30 minutes. He stood. There was just time to shower and shave. "When this is over, I'm retiring." "Do you mean that?" "Honest Injun. Cross my heart." He smiled and touched her hair. "I want to spend my days with you, and I want to get the airplane out of the hangar, get it inspected, and go flying." Jake owned a Cessna 170B that he hadn't flown in 2 years. The tires were probably flat, and mice were converting it into condominiums.
"Oh, Jake, I wish you would really retire," Callie said, searching his eyes. "I want some us time."
He kissed her, then headed for the bedroom and master bath. The driver and bodyguard were waiting at the curb when Jake walked out of his building. Typical morning traffic, a pleasant morning, the sidewalk area in shadow from a building across the street, and the men were smiling at him. He heard the whack as the bullet hit him, the sickening thunk of a bullet traveling at over 2,000 feet per second, finding flesh. The impact staggered him. Then he was falling, the world was spinning. The concrete sidewalk hit him in the face, and the world went black. "Holy fuck!" the bodyguard screamed as he crouched, pulled his pistol, and looked wildly around for the shooter. The driver was already lying on top of the Admiral, trying to ensure the shooter didn't put another bullet into him. "Over there!" a bystander shouted, and pointed at the parking garage across the street. The bodyguard checked, didn't see anyone, then set about saving the life of the man he was supposed to protect. He pulled him over to the shelter of the car and told the driver to call 911. Shots fired, man down. Grafton was still breathing, thank God, but his pulse was erratic. A chest wound, a big hole in his back. He was bleeding onto the concrete, bright red blood. The guard had spent 8 years in the Army, done 3 tours in Afghanistan. He had seen his share of gunshot wounds. This one looked really bad. He had that horrible feeling that this guy wasn't going to make it. In less than a minute, the guard heard the distant wail of sirens. At 5:30 in the morning, my cell phone woke me. I was asleep on Abraham Goldman's living room couch. The damn thing wouldn't stop buzzing, and of course I couldn't find it. After a search, I found it had slipped down between the cushions. The buzzing had stopped by then. The call had been from Sarah Houston. I headed for the kitchen to make some coffee and pushed the buttons to call her back. "Hey, kiddo."
"Tommy, Jake Grafton has been shot outside his condo in Roslyn on his way to work this morning. An ambulance took him to the hospital. He's in surgery now."
I was wide awake. "Tell me about it."
"A sniper, apparently, in that garage across the street. I think you had better come back to Washington."
"There's a leak in the company, Sarah. That sprayer in Utah knew where to find the Russian. Now this."
"I'm looking. You come back. Better call the EAs and make sure Goldman has some guards."
"I'm on it." I put the phone in my pocket and stood looking around. I was a bit baffled to find I was in the kitchen. What did I come in here for? Jake Grafton shot. Damnation. I went to find Armonte. After I woke him up and dropped the bomb, I called Langley. The 2 people I knew best were Grafton's executive assistants, Anastasia Roberts, actually Dr. Roberts, since she had a PhD in foreign policy or something like that, and Max Hurley, intelligence analyst. Roberts went to the University of Chicago to teach a couple years ago, lasted 2 semesters, then asked Grafton if she could come back to the company. She was freaky smart, like Sarah Houston. Say what you will, smart women are the most fun to be around. Hurley wasn't in Roberts' class, but he had a severely logical mind and a photographic memory. He was skinny and liked to run marathons. He was the one who answered the phone this morning. "Max, this is Tommy. I just heard about the boss." "He's critical, Tommy. May not make it. His wife is at the hospital." "I think I should probably come back to Washington, but I'm sitting here in San Francisco with Armonte Hall guarding Abe Goldman. We need some more bodies out here. Got 3 guys on the way. They actually left last night. Tasia and I think you should get back here, too. I'll have the travel office see what they can do to get you a reservation on a plane. I'm on my way to the airport now." I briefed Armonte on the situation, called an Uber, and went outside on the curb to wait for it. A television reporter and her crew were setting up on the sidewalk. "Welcome to your new life, Mr. Goldman." The reporter was eyeing me as a possible victim for the morning news when the Uber pulled up. I hopped in and he rolled away before the cameraman could get a shot. I stopped by the hotel to rescue my stuff and pay my bill, and then rode out to the airport. Sure enough, I had a reservation, and only had to wait an hour to board. Since I was a federal officer, I kept the pistol with me, but I had to have a word with the captain. Even though I had slept in my clothes and hadn't shaved, they gave me a seat in first class. Jake Grafton. Man, the adventures I had with that guy. A sniper. The fact is, I was crabby and depressed. If Grafton died, I was quitting the company. I wasn't cut out to be a cog in a vast bureaucratic machine. I knew it and Grafton knew it, which was why we got along. The Frisco plane landed at Dulles, which is 15 miles west of the Washington Beltway. Used to be Dulles International was way the hell out in the sticks, but now it was just way the hell out in the burbs, surrounded by tech companies no one ever heard of. Dulles was a miserable place, far too small for the number of humans that used it, and it seemed that I had been through that airport a couple of 100 times. The mood I was in, if I never saw that place again in this life, that would suit me fine. I retrieved my bag from the carousel and went outside to wait in the taxi line. A Muslim in a sheet with a fat wife wearing a scarf and face rag tried to cut in front of me, but I used my elbows and growled at the SOB. "Wait for your turn, Ahab." "I beg your pardon," he said in perfect British English. I had left my pickup in the lot at Langley, so I told the taxi driver to drop me there. On the way, I called Sarah. "How is he?" "In the ICU." She named the hospital. "I'm sitting here with Mrs. Grafton." "See you in a bit." The cabbie apparently thought he was going to make a funny about dropping me at the Langley gate, but after he looked at my face, he decided against it. 45 minutes after I found my truck in the Langley lot, I was walking into the hospital. They were in the ICU waiting room. I sat down beside Mrs. Grafton. She and Sarah filled me in. A single shot had struck the Admiral as he walked across the sidewalk to the waiting car. The doctor thought the bullet was a hunting round, an expansion bullet, due to the massive internal damage. "Someone wanted him really dead," Sarah said. "And he should have been. Perhaps a 270 or 30-06. The doctor says it's touch and go. Gives him a 50-50 chance." I asked Callie, "Have you been in to see him?" "They let me hold his hand for a moment when he came out of surgery. More for my benefit than his, since he was still heavily sedated. He never knew I was there." Once again, I was impressed with how tough Callie Grafton really was. The ultimate warrior had found a warrior mate. "Let's go to the cafeteria and get some dinner," I suggested. Over meatloaf, mashed potatoes, and vegetables, I asked Mrs. Grafton, "Do you have any idea who did this?" She shook her head. I looked at Sarah. "How's the phone number project coming?" She knew the one I meant, finding the leak who had told someone that Koryev was being held at a safe house in Utah. "They're working on it at the office." It is someone who knew about the safe house. That really cuts down the possibilities. That information is pretty tightly held. Mrs. Grafton was working on a salad, pretending she didn't hear us talking shop. We were all nursing styrofoam cups of coffee when Jack Norris, the agency vice director, came into the cafeteria, looked around, saw us, and came walking over. "There's one of the possibilities now," Sarah muttered. "Callie," he said, extending his hand. "I've been trying to get away all day. How is he?" Mrs. Grafton went into that. The shooting, the operation, the Admiral's critical condition, the fact he hadn't yet awakened. "It sounds like a miracle that he's still alive," Norris said. Callie nodded slowly. "It's in God's hands," she said. Apparently Norris thought that was a good place to change the direction of the conversation, because he looked at me and said, "I hear you had some excitement last night in San Francisco." "Yes, sir. We got Goldman home and someone put a bullet through his window, probably a pistol bullet or a .22. We didn't hear the report. It came through the glass and just missed me and Hall." "Did you find the bullet?" "Didn't look. Didn't call the cops either. I figured Mr. and Mrs. Goldman had had more than enough for one day." Norris frowned. By reputation, he was a by-the-book guy. If so, he had endured a lot of heartburn working for Jake Grafton, who rarely even looked at the book, much less went by it. That thought reminded me that Norris was now running the company, until such time as Grafton could get back to work. He hovered over Mrs. Grafton a while, held her hand, looked into her eyes, then said his goodbyes. Told me to stop in and see him in the morning. I said, "Yes, sir," but I doubt if he heard it. He was already on his way out. I watched him go. "Yeah," I said to Sarah. "He is indeed a possibility." "I think that you know far too much," Sarah said. "And at this stage of the game, so do I." Callie was watching our faces. "Be careful out there," she said. I leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. We had taken our second cups of coffee to the ICU waiting room and checked in again with the nurse, who just shook her head. We were sitting in the little room telling stories about Jake Grafton when the Graftons' daughter, Amy Carroll, arrived. She and Callie went into a clinch. A few minutes later, Sarah and I left. In the doorway of the hospital, Sarah asked, "Your place or mine?" "Neither. A hotel tonight, I think. We'll put it on the company credit card." She followed me out of the parking lot. We found a hotel near the Beltway. The bar was still open, so we stopped in there for a drink before we went up to our room. I was drinking bourbon and she was sipping wine when she said, "I wasn't kidding. Norris is a real possibility." "I know that. I've been thinking about him." "If it is Norris, he'll want us off the case as soon as possible, before we decide it might be him." "That's why we're in a hotel," I said. "You think he might send someone after us?" The Silvas were looking for an assassin to kill Koryev. Then there was the telephone trail from the ag pilot to Harlan Westfall. Someone sent that ag pilot to the safe house in Utah. If organized crime was involved, we will probably never be able to make the connections to prove them in court. Yet I keep coming back to the fact that only a handful of company employees knew that Yegon Koryev was at the safe house in Utah. That was the critical piece of information. I thought about it some more. Last night, Abe Goldman confessed on national television. Somebody's getting really worried, or a bunch of somebodies are. This morning, Jake Grafton was shot. It's got to be cause and effect. Anything is possible. Up in the room, Sarah and I began listing possibilities. Jack Norris was at the head of the list, just above Max Hurley and Anastasia Roberts, who knew everything there was to know about the company, its activities, and its secrets. There was the department head in charge of safe houses, Albert Kid Bizey. Of course, Bizey's staffers knew all about the safe house or ranch since they had helped design, supervise, and fund the construction, but they probably didn't know that Koryev was being sent there. After all, the company ran a bunch of safe houses all over the planet. The number was constantly changing. Norris, Hurley, Roberts, Bizey, who else? Well, Sarah and me, of course, and our Monty Hall and Doc Gordon, plus the staff of the ranch, Mac Kelly, and the doctor and nurse. The maids, doubtful. The cowboys, nah. I also scratched Sarah and myself from the list. "Nanya Friend," Sarah suggested. Of course. She was the head of the Russian department, spoke the language, and had a Ph.D. in Russian studies from, I forget. I didn't know Nanya well, but I liked her. At a distance. Some people think that because women are plumb for kids, they have better personalities and more scruples than men, but I am not one of them. I have found women just as petty, conniving, brilliant, mean, and vengeful as men. I knew Max Hurley and Anastasia Roberts well. We had worked in the same office for years. Traitors? I didn't believe it. Hall or Gordon? Man, we had been shot at together. And calling an ag plane down on your own head spraying jet fuel. You would have to show me. Kelly, the doctor or nurse? Possible, but not probable. In truth, too many people at the company knew about the safe house and Koryev. We were only guessing. The leaker might be someone we didn't even know. But if it was someone we did know, we were left with Kid Bizey, Nanya Friend, and Jack Norris. I tried to envision Friend huddled over a rifle ready to murder her boss and found it difficult. I also couldn't see her haggling over the job with a thug. Bizey was an okay guy as far as I knew, yet certainly cold-blooded enough to give someone the chop if he had a reason. My thoughts congealed on Jack Norris. I confess I had never liked him. I sorta hoped it was him. I wondered if he did his own shooting or had it done for him. The next morning, we were up at the crack of dawn, checked out of the hotel, and took Sarah's car to her place. It was a typical apartment house with a parking lot that wrapped around the thing, plus trees and other apartment houses sprawled all over. The best place for a sniper was on a nearby roof, so I cruised slowly into the lot looking. If there was a sniper, he had either been up all night waiting for Sarah and me, or he was a really early bird out to get 2 worms. Grafton was predictable, we certainly weren't. I parked right under the overhang in front of the main entrance in the no-parking fire zone. Sarah used her code on the door, and we went inside. She fired up her computer for me, then headed for the shower. I logged on to Facebook, typed in Kid Bizey. The jerk wasn't on Facebook. Where were you during the tech revolution, Daddy? My telephone dinged. I had a text message from Callie Grafton. Her husband was awake in the ICU. I wrote back thanking her for the information. Nanya Friend was on Facebook. She was a grandmother and a proud one. Lots of photos of her grandbabies, and son and daughter. She also had a dog that got photographed a lot. No man in her life that I could see. Wrong. A husband named Rod. Athletic, fit, with a good grin. Jack Norris was also on Facebook. He had a wife named Nora. Nora Norris. Ugh. 2 kids. No, wait, 3. They lived someplace rural with a lawn and barn and tractor and horses. I wondered which of them had the money. Career civil servants don't earn that kind of bucks. I got into the old photos of Jack. He was a diligent Facebooker. No doubt Zuckerberg knew everything there was to know about him and had sold the information to every ad company on the planet. And there it was, the photo that froze me. Jack posing with a dead deer, one whose demise he had presumably just caused. He wore a camo outfit and a big grin, and held a scoped bolt-action rifle in his hands. I looked up Nora Norris. Photos of her on horses, with dogs, with the kids, at a birthday party. Maybe that was New Year's. That rifle. Senator Harlan Westphal had a breakfast meeting at the Willard Hotel with Cheney G. Kopp, who was the chairman of the board of Life Network, which was an ally of liberal causes across the spectrum. After they ordered, they discussed the news and issues of the day, from Russian funny money to Abe Goldman's confession to the possible impeachment of Vaughn Conyers. Westphal had his phone on the tablecloth beside his coffee cup. He checked the battery charge again. The damn battery seemed to be losing juice quickly these days. The phone probably needed a new battery, he thought. He abandoned the phone and captured Kopp's eyes. "Cheney, I thought you and I had an understanding." Kopp raised an eyebrow and took another sip of the superb coffee. "About what?" "That your people were going to ignore news stories that made us look bad." The us that Westphal was referring to were, of course, the liberals. "We do to the extent we can." "Last night and this morning, the news people on Life are beating the hell out of that Goldman story. Can't they lighten up on that a little?" "Harlan, we're in the advertising business. We sell ads to run on our shows to corporate America, which looks at our demographics and decides if the people they will reach are worth the cost of the ads. News shows are a different animal than talk shows, which have the personalities people like to follow, the talent. If a story is being covered nationwide as news, then we must give it some airtime. Have to maintain our credibility and those demographics the advertisers want. If our audience just up and changes the channel on us, we're screwed. You see that?" The senator said, "It's the amount of coverage and the emphasis on each story that I'm interested in." "That's left up to the producer of each show. They try to juggle the day's events, keeping our liberal slant yet not losing the audience. Actually, they try to expand it if possible. The size of the audience determines their paycheck." "Maybe they need more guidance. This Russian money thing, the upcoming impeachment." Their breakfast came, so they stopped talking while the food was served and their coffee cups refilled from a thermos pot on the table. When they were again alone, Cheney Kopp said, "Harlan, I just run the damn company. I can't and don't call the news show producers and tell them what to run, how long to make the segments, and I certainly don't edit the anchor's remarks. There aren't that many hours in the day." "I'm not asking you to do that, Cheney. I just want you to understand that we have reached a critical moment in the life of our country. What people think about the events of the next few weeks that will determine our future will be, in some small part, determined by how television handles the news. I want you, your producers, and news anchors to keep that firmly in mind." The two men ate breakfast while discussing the nuances of television news. Then Kopp asked a question that had been on his mind for months. "Harlan, you, Judy Mucci, Frankie Conchina, Cynthia Hinton, Barry Soetoro, all you heavy-hitter Democrats used to be for clamping down on illegal immigration. We've got days of footage of speeches you people made assuring the voters you were against illegal immigration,
railing against the parasites from south of the border who soak up welfare, food stamps, and Medicaid money. Then you changed. All of you, like flipping a switch. Now you're not only against controlling it, you're for it. What happened? Harland Westphal frowned. He wouldn't discuss this subject unless it were with a liberal Democrat he trusted completely. He didn't know if he would put Cheney Kopp in that category, but he needed the man. Trust him and find out. If Kopp ever quoted Westphal, the senator could deny the conversation ever took place.
What happened, Westphal said, was a political earthquake. Von Conyers won the 2016 election. He captured the white middle class. Captured is the wrong word. He seized it. Baldly put, the future of the Democratic Party is with blacks and Hispanics. We need every Hispanic vote we can get, and we need to expand the franchise to get them, as California is doing. Citizens, illegals, felons, welfare people, we need them all. If we don't get them, you've seen the last Democrat in the White House.
That's why you were against the wall.
That's it. It would cut illegal immigration to a trickle, and we can't live with that.
Cheney Kopp pushed his plate back. He stared at Westphal from under his bushy eyebrows. What if you lose the blacks and Hispanics? Blexit? What if they start voting Republican?
Westphal frowned again. That would be disaster. We can't let that happen. We'll do anything we have to do to prevent it. A black voting for a Republican is betraying his race. Ditto the Latinos. That's the message we must get across. That's the message we need your help getting across.
Harlan, I want you to understand exactly where life is coming from. My personal politics don't enter into it. I get paid to run a business, and I do it to the very best of my ability. We want young, hip, educated audiences who spend every dime they can get their hands on. That's the demographic the ad agencies pay the most for. As it happens, those young, hip, educated people are liberal. But if that ever changes, Life will also change. Life Network is a for-profit business.
It will never change, Harlan Westphal said, a pronouncement he certainly hoped was true.
Change is the one constant, Kopp said, reaching for his wallet to pay the tab. Once upon a time, the Democratic Party was the fervent defender of human slavery in America. All those nasty Confederates were Democrats.
Young, educated people won't change their political outlook in our lifetime, Westphal insisted.
He wished he hadn't discussed immigration with Cheney Kopp.
The network mogul plopped his credit card down on top of the bill folder. He eyed the senator and said,
Young black people abandon the Democrats because the big cities, which the Democrats rule, are cesspools of hopelessness, welfare, and crime. Blacks are the victims, the roadkill of one-party politics. If young white Americans abandon the Democrats, it will be because of illegal immigration. To the extent that you and Judy Mucci succeed in opening the borders to vast numbers of uneducated, unskilled people that these young, hip, educated white workers will have to pay more taxes to support, to that extent, you will have helped kill liberalism. Destroying your political opposition and making America into a one-party nation will lead to tyranny and destroy democracy.
Kopp handed the bill folder and his credit card to the waiter.
Liberalism did America a lot of good, he said. Social Security, racial justice, human rights, clean air, clean water. If liberalism dies, I, for one, will cry at the funeral. Yet if the Democrats succeed in transforming America into a one-party state, I'll be out there with a rifle beside the Republicans manning the barricades.
Chapter 21.
Sarah and I each drove our own vehicles out to Langley, which was routine for us. Neither of us knew when we would be done for the day, and sitting around twiddling thumbs waiting for the other didn't make much sense. We parked side by side in the CIA lot. As we walked for the door, I said to Sarah, "That phone that belonged to Paul Hockersmith, the ag pilot who wanted to be an assassin, we need everything you can get out of it as soon as you can." "Do you think the same person tried to hire Koryev's murder and perhaps Grafton?" I stopped and stood with her, watching the usual morning crowd heading for the entrance. "That's too big a leap. Let's concentrate on Koryev. The telephone trail leads to Senator Westphal, but one doubts if he had anything to fear from Koryev.
The Silvas certainly did. And I just can't see Westfall getting into a conspiracy to murder anyone with those clowns on the telephone trail.
He's evil enough, Sarah said. She had been reading his transcripts.
Evil, but not stupid. I think Jesse Hughes probably talked to Hockersmith about drugs. He wanted to buy some. Hughes and Edwards, perhaps the same subject. We drop around, and Kevin Edwards called Westfall his senator, perhaps because he was scared and wanted some hand-holding. That's one possible explanation. Sarah stood amid the cars, thinking it over.
Paul Hockersmith smuggled drugs for a living. Whoever hired him knew that. They knew if the money was right, Hockersmith was stupid enough to push everything out onto the comm line. You think it's on the cell phone?
I am hoping it is. We need you to put names and addresses to Hockersmith's telephone numbers. One of them may be our man, the guy who convinced Hockersmith to try to permanently silence Koryev. It may be the same guy who decided Jake Grafton would be better off dead. Or it may not.
What's the case for thinking it might be the same person?
Whoever wanted Koryev dead knew where to find him, and that information had to come from inside the company. That same someone knew Jake Grafton was on the job and obviously feared him. There could be more than one someone, but it doesn't feel right. Life doesn't work that way.
I'll give that telephone a good look as soon as I can.
Thanks. We were admitted through the door, and Sarah went her way while I went mine. My way led to the executive suite and the EA's office, where I shared a desk with a guy who had immigrated from Poland back when he was young, and now spent his days poring over news from the Vatican and Warsaw. I don't know that it takes all kinds to make a world, but we certainly have all kinds. About 9 o'clock, I went to Jack Norris's office and talked to his receptionist. Gave her my name and said that last night the Great One said he wanted to see me this morning. She said she'd call me. I wandered off for coffee, then stood around the pot with the other EAs talking about Jake Grafton. At 9:35, I was admitted to Norris's office. Tommy, I want you to write a report, everything you can remember about the interrogation of Yevgen Koryev and the attempted assassination at the Utah ranch. Justice is making noises. Yes, sir. When do you want this report? Everything you can remember. Tomorrow? Got it, I said, and made my departure. I stuck my hands in my pockets and kick-started the brain as I walked along. I wasn't stupid enough to actually believe Norris's BS. Justice didn't know diddly squat about the interrogation of Koryev, the antics of Paul Hockersmith, nor that I potted him. Norris wanted me busy and out of the way. I wondered why. I went down to Sarah's office in the basement, the boiler room with a dozen people monitoring telephone calls and eavesdropping, reading transcriptions, making spreadsheets of telephone numbers. I was in there taking it in when I saw Sarah answer the telephone. She looked at me as she talked. It was a short conversation. She came over to the door where I stood.
That was Norris. He wants me upstairs for a report on where we are.
He's going to shut you down, I said. She eyed me. I explained about my report. Why don't you and I blow this joint and go over to your house and get on the internet? We need to know a lot more about Norris fast.
Like what?
We need to find a connection between Norris and Paul Hockersmith, the Utah ag pilot, if there is one. Without that, we can't prove anything.
If it was Norris, it might be someone else.
My gut says Norris.
Let me get my purse.
And Hockersmith's cell phone. Then go upstairs and get your marching orders. He'll figure we're busy for a day or two and leave us alone. I'll meet you by the Starbucks on the main floor. When she came down, we got coffees, then walked straight out of the building.
You were right. He wanted me to stop the phone project and write a report.
We got in our vehicles and disappeared. We rendezvoused at the lock shop I co-own just outside the district in Maryland. Willie the Wire Varner was drinking coffee, eating donuts, and reading the newspaper when we walked in. Willie is my co-owner. Actually, I put up the money for the shop and he does all the work. Every now and then he gives me a 20 as my share of the profits. If I eat at McDonald's or Chick-fil-A, I can get 2 lunches out of that 20. Sarah sat down at the computer and logged on while Willie attacked me. Says here Jake Grafton got himself shot yesterday morning. How come I read about this in the paper and you haven't told me? Man, I called everybody I know when it happened. Must have missed you. He dead or alive this morning? Alive, barely. How's his wife taking all this? Truly, one of the reasons I like Willie is because he gets right to the real nub of things fast. We saw her at the hospital last night. She's one tough cookie, but she looked like roadkill. I'll bet. When's he gonna retire? I don't know. I'll ask him sometime. Ought to be soon, or he ain't gonna collect a damn penny of his pension. Too many people don't like him. He waved the front page of the paper. The political news was grim. Willie instinctively understood one of the Washington truths. This town was about power, and the director of the CIA had it. When things were going well, he had enemies. When things were going badly, such as now, he had more enemies, worse ones. Most of them didn't shoot at him, thank God. But if he got run over by a garbage truck, they weren't going to cry at the funeral. We batted things around a bit, then Willie went out to the van and took off to rekey the door locks for a woman who had thrown her spouse out of the house. I dug Hockersmith's cell phone from Sarah's purse and turned it on. It needed a password. What's the password? I asked Sarah, who had figured this out days ago. 6019 Quebec. That was his airplane's registration number. Even though Sarah was scary smart, she was dynamite in bed. I kid you not. I typed the password in and... It's only 5 digits. I need one more. Add a 0. Voila. Sure enough, Hockersmith had 5 calls from Jesse Hughes in the 2 days before I shot him down. I looked at the other telephone numbers, all from area code 801, which was the Salt Lake City area. Sarah had worked on them with the company database, and if she couldn't pull them up, they were probably local numbers. Bill collectors or telemarketers, or even, God forbid, Hockersmith's wife. I checked his contact list. I was hoping for at least a senator or even a congressman, but just 801 area codes. So who was Jesse Hughes? Sarah and I talked. She got on the internet. Facebook bios are a great place to start, then Wikipedia. Then you can do a search of the guy's criminal history, real estate holdings, county tax records, and if you do this stuff at the graduate level, you can search databases that you need a password or government access to view. And, of course, there are commercial services that say they can find anyone if you're willing to pay their fee. Finally, she said, Hughes is a retired civil servant, retired 2 years ago from the Justice Department. He's a lawyer? No, he was an investigator. Whether civil or criminal or both, I don't know. I saw a glimmer of light. Check Jack Norris's bio on the company website. Didn't he spend a few years on a drug task force in Mexico? Mexican drugs were in the FBI's bailiwick, but now and then the politicians wanted every federal agency to send representatives to liaise. CIA, Justice, Homeland, everybody. 3 minutes. Yes, he did. Then a department head, now assistant director. She made eye contact and shrugged. It's possible. Possible, not probable. How are we going to find out? Go see Jesse Hughes and ask. He lives in Ellicott City. We locked up the shop and set forth in my pickup, which is a fine ride. We went around the Beltway and up U.S. Route 29 to Ellicott City on the Patapsco River. It's an old town in the river gorge, probably because there was a mill there once upon a time before automobiles were revealed to our ancestors, before farms became raw land. Now the flats above the river gorge are subdivisions of tract houses. We parked across the street from Hughes's building and looked at the old wreck. Big trees laden with leaves cast the house and the little twisty 2-lane street in shadow. Traffic was terrible as usual. How are we going to do this? Sarah asked. I've been thinking about that. Go in and scare the shit out of them, I suppose. Tommy, Jesse Hughes could go to prison for the rest of his natural life if he admits that he arranged a murder for Jack Norris. If he denies he knows Norris, what then? Money. You know he did it for money. We're investigating the money. So he starts lying. His mother's older sister kicked the bucket. She pounded the dashboard. We've got absolutely nothing to sting him with. Suggest something. Call him. Tell him Jack Norris has been arrested. He'll ask who I am. Norris told you to call to tell him to clear out. The FBI is after him. He'd better save himself. She and I thought about it as cars and trucks whizzed by. It might work, I admitted. What's his number? She had that memorized, too. If men didn't have that Y chromosome, women wouldn't need us at all. I called the number. It rang and rang, then eventually the answering machine picked up. I hung up. I tried again 15 minutes later. Still no answer. Maybe they aren't home, I suggested.
Let's go knock on the door,
Sarah Houston said. Well, why not? I dug in the center console for the lock-picking set, pocketed it, then we got out and I locked up the truck. When we got a break in traffic, we jaywalked. We hiked up to the 3rd floor and knocked, but there was no answer. We knocked repeatedly. Then I heard the dog yapping inside. I got out the picks and got busy on the lock. Took a little more than a minute, then the door was open. I opened it and stepped inside. The dog came running. Jesse was lying on the floor in the main room near the door. His lover was lying in the door to the kitchen. Both had been shot. Sarah made a noise behind me. Take the dog for a walk while I look around, I told her. She picked the damn thing up and went out, pulling the door shut behind her. I am certainly no expert, but I've seen a few corpses. These guys had been dead for some hours. At least 3 or 4 would be my guess. Putting the back of a wrist on an arm gave you a sense of how much they had cooled off, which was a lot. Both appeared to have been shot once in the chest, probably a heart shot, then shot again in the head in a coup de grace to make sure. Maybe early this morning. I looked in the kitchen. Breakfast stuff still on the table. Toast sticking up from the toaster. Coffee pot still on. A bowl of cereal with milk in it. I took one last look. The heads were intact, so he had probably used a low-power bullet. Perhaps 9mm, probably suppressed. I stopped to examine the door. It had been locked when I opened it with the picks, so Hughes had opened it, the guy had come in, shot them both, then pulled the door shut behind him on the way out, and it locked. I made sure the door would not lock behind me. Went down the stairs to the sidewalk. Sarah was standing there with the dog.
It's peed,
she said. I took the pooch and carried it back upstairs, opened the door and put it in, then punched the button so the door would lock, pulled it shut and wiped the knob. Stood there trying to decide if I'd touched anything inside. Nah, I am not that stupid. Went down, collected Sarah, and we walked back to the truck. They've been dead since this morning.
Who did it?
3 guesses. I handed Sarah my phone. Dial 911. She did so and passed the thing to me. I squeaked off the address in Ellicott City in my best falsetto.
Better hurry, I added. I think they're dead.
Then I pushed the button to kill the thing. I started the truck, got into traffic, and headed for I-70. 2 miles along, she said,
Pull over.
I did. She unfastened her seatbelt, opened the door, leaned out, and puked. After a bit, she spit a few more times, then sat up and took a deep breath.
Okay,
she said as she pulled the door shut.
Let's go.
Robert Levy, director of the FBI, was ushered into Senator Harlan Westfall's office. He found that Senator Frankie Conchina and the Speaker of the House, Judy Mucci, were there. The aide who did the ushering closed the door behind the nation's chief law enforcement officer. He nodded at everyone, didn't bother shaking hands, and dropped into a seat on the couch. Westfall skipped the social pleasantries. Who shot Jake Grafton? Damn if I know, Levy said. We've got a dozen scientists working on that parking garage, and so far they have come up with zilch. Not even a booger that we can mine for DNA. Conchina spoke up.
This morning's Post said that there are security cameras in that garage.
Reporters, Levy said, sneering. There ought to be a bounty on them. There is a security camera system, but someone cut the cable feed last Wednesday.
Can't you check the last video and see who did it?
The video goes off-site to an office building where the 11 parking garages owned by that company are monitored. The recording system is a closed loop, so video is only retained for 24 hours, then recorded over. 11 parking garages, samples of 6 cameras a garage. That's a lot of server memory.
Why wasn't the camera system fixed?
The Speaker, Judy Mucci, asked. Levy looked at the Speaker as if she were senile, which many people had long suspected was the case. The $10 an hour parking people aren't qualified to fix the system. They called the security company that installed the system, and they scheduled a repair tech out there a week from this coming Thursday. So you're fucked, Westfall said. Levy was patient. We are interviewing everyone who keeps a car in that garage, everyone we can find. The shooting took place at 7:30 on a workday morning, and someone must have seen the bastard. Given time and good police work, we'll find someone who did. Yesterday, a congressman accused me of doing the shooting, Westfall said.
Conchina said, Harlan, you can't...
And the Conyers impeachment bill, Westfall said. A Republican congressman said yesterday that if it passes, the Democrats are inviting civil war, and he, for one, is for it. He's got a list of Democrats he'd like to shoot.
Why don't you arrest him? Conchina asked Levy. This country is awash in guns. These Republican racists own arsenals. If the damned crackers start shooting, then the whole country will descend into anarchy. This place will look like Damascus.
Levy took his time answering. Congressmen and senators can say anything they wish in their chambers or on the floor of their house. They can't be held criminally or civilly liable. Surely you know that. Levy thought Conchina was another ditz, although he only said that in the sacred precincts of the executive suite of the Hoover building. This was more proof. These bastards are pouring gasoline on a raging fire, Westfall told the FBI director. Surely something can be done. Something must be done. If he carries a rifle into the Capitol building, the federal police will arrest him. Levy smote the arm of the couch. You people are just as bad, he roared. You think you have a crisis that you can play to sweep into power. Toss out the president, tear up the Constitution. Throw him out over some fucking made-up shit that is happening to half the people in this town. Fake Russian money. Bull fucking shit. You are idiots. This country is split right down the goddamn middle, and it will be tomorrow, too. He pointed a finger at Westfall. I seem to recall reading that you got some of this Putin money. Now at the speaker. And you. The finger went to Conchina. And you. The finger came down. Wouldn't surprise me to find that I am a recipient of some funny Russian money. God, I hope so. I could sure as hell use a vacation and a new car. I'll call my bank when I get back to the office to see if the Russian tooth fairy remembered me. Levy maneuvered himself upright, said, Thanks for wasting my time, and marched out. Sarah used her cell phone to get Jack Norris's address, then typed it into the map feature. It was a horse property, sure enough, west of Middleburg, with a separate garage, a barn, and a storage shed. Decent wooden fences behind the barn where 4 horses cropped grass. A blue Honda sports car stood in front of the house, which looked to be about 8 or 10 rooms. The thing was brick and had 2 chimneys. Sarah kept busy with her phone. 2 grown daughters and a grown son. One daughter was married and living in California. Another was going through drug rehab for the 3rd or 4th time, and the son was going to be a senior this fall at the University of Tennessee on an athletic scholarship. What's he athletic of?
Football.
Where is he now?
I don't know.
And the spouse?
The little wife,
Sarah murmured as she worked that phone.
Dental tech, she said after a moment.
We were well past the farm, if that is what they called it, and were at a crossroads festooned with stop signs in every direction. There was a real, genuine, honest-to-God country store on one corner. It was after 2 in the afternoon, and we were hungry. I pulled in. As we munched sandwiches, pickles, and chips, and sucked down soft drinks in the cab of my ride, Sarah asked, How sure are you that Norris is our guy? That he shot Grafton and those 2 in Ellicott City? I sipped some Diet Sprite. Just a gut feeling. No evidence at all. That little act this morning. He wanted me to drop whatever I was doing for Grafton and spin my wheels. Justice doesn't get reports from the CIA, for Pete's sake. I was appalled that he couldn't come up with a better excuse.
If he had just shot 2 men an hour before, Sarah suggested, maybe he wasn't thinking clearly yet.
I reached for a pickle. It was crunchy. That house back there. Jack and Nora did really well swinging that place on the salaries of a dental tech and company spook. How long have they owned it? Sarah licked her fingers and picked up her phone.
That I can check.
2 minutes later, she said,
They bought it 7 years ago. The tax assessment is for 55 acres, $8.5 million.
I got the last bite of my sandwich down, then said, About the time he was knocking around Mexico.
Uh-huh, she said. About then.
You want another potato chip?
You finish them.
Maybe one of them inherited money.
Maybe so.
She called Callie Grafton. Jake was awake now, and she had seen him for 5 minutes this morning and at noon. She was on her way home for a nap. The doctor was hopeful. Chapter 22. When we cruised by the Norris estate again, the blue Honda was gone. I pulled into the drive and stopped in front of the house. "Let's see if anyone is home," I said. We got out of the truck, and I made sure my sport coat was covering my shoulder holster. We went up to the door and rang the bell. Could hear it dinging in the house. There was a surveillance camera at each end of the porch. I suspected that the feed was accessible on Jack's and Nora's phones if they took the time to look. I rang the bell a couple more times, then we walked around the house. No one in the backyard, which had a little herb garden and some tomato plants. There was also a camera arranged to face the back door.
"What do you think?"
Sarah asked. "I'm wondering if that rifle I saw on Facebook is in the house."
"Want to look?"
"Yes." I tried the back door just in case, and sure enough, the knob turned in my hand. Unlocked. I held it open for Sarah. We were in a mudroom. Boots on a little shelf, sweaters and jackets on pegs. 3 or 4 hats. We went on through into the kitchen, which was comfortably messy. They weren't ready for a house-beautiful photographer, but the place was cozy. Family dining around a kitchen table. We strolled on, bedrooms, baths, a formal dining room, a family room with a huge television, and finally a den, a family office with a computer. Sarah Houston sat down in front of it and made herself at home. In the den was a gun cabinet with a glass door locked with a flimsy furniture lock. I looked. There was only one scoped bolt-action rifle in there, and it wore a wooden stock. 2 shotguns and a little .22 single shot. There was also an antique muzzle loader that was missing most of its finish, one perfect for Civil War reenactments. I went back to the bedrooms and looked under the beds and in the closets. No more long guns. The attic was accessed by a covered hatch in a hall ceiling, and I looked around for a chair or ladder. Nothing. They had painted the hatch cover and the ceiling at the same time, and the paint didn't look chipped or flaked. I headed for the basement. No gun safe, no guns. Out to the barn. I was working quickly now because I didn't want Mrs. Norris to come busting in on our party. The loft had some loose hay on the floor, and there was no way to be sure what was under it unless I moved all of it with a hay fork. I looked the hay over and decided it looked undisturbed. There were square bales of it stacked against one wall. He could have a rifle wedged behind one, but which one? The shed had a farm tractor, a lawn tractor, spray equipment, and ATV. Basically, an excellent sampling of stuff from Tractor Supply, the stuff you need out here, but no guns. If he didn't have another rifle in his car or truck, that one in the den was it. I trooped back to the den and checked the security cameras. There was one in here, but not in the kitchen. I used my picks on the gun cabinet lock and pulled out the rifle. Looked through the scope out the window at a distant tree. Caliber was .270 Winchester. Then I took it into the kitchen. The action was empty. I popped out the bolt and looked through the barrel. With modern powders, one shot isn't going to get a barrel very dirty. The few crumbs I saw could have been dust. I smelled the muzzle. Well, maybe. Then I took the caps off the scope adjustment turrets, used a quarter in my pocket to rotate the vertical adjustment upward to the stop, and the sideways adjustment all the way to the right, put the caps back on, inserted the bolt, wiped the gun with my handkerchief, and put the gun back in the gun cabinet. Sarah was still on the computer. "Any luck?" I asked.
"The main password is right here on the keyboard in ink. I think his wife uses the computer, too. She's got a lot of emails on here. Then he has some secret files that are double password protected, and I can't get into those."
"Turn it off. Let's get out of here." We went outside the way we came in, through the back door, went around and climbed in the truck. "Let's explore," I said. Sarah opened a gate, I drove through, and she closed it behind me while I put the truck in 4-wheel drive. Off through the pasture we went, up a wooded hill right to the top, then along it. I found a big rock on the ridge and parked behind it. I opened the rear door of the cab and lifted the seat. There was an old blanket rolled up in there. I unrolled it and got out my old Winchester Model 94. There was a box of shells there, caliber .30-30, and I loaded it. Put the rest of the shells in my pocket. Threw the sports coat in the back seat. Let's climb up on top of the rock.
What's your plan?
Jack Norris knows we're here, those security cameras. If he's innocent, he calls the police. If he's a killer, he doesn't want us talking to the cops because he isn't sure what we know. That's the way I figure it.
Okay.
That rifle in the gun cabinet may not have been the one he used to pot Grafton, but perhaps it is. He had to get to work quickly yesterday morning after he made that shot, if he did. And he was at work all day. Then this morning he did Jesse Hughes and friend. If he threw a rifle away, he was pressed for time to get to a place where it would never be recovered, like a big river. If he has another rifle in the trunk of his car, we have problems. I'm hoping there's only the one.
I hope so too,
Sarah said with conviction. With only 2 shotguns and a .22, this guy isn't a gun collector, I added, arguing the case, trying to convince myself.
If he's guilty, he's going to try to kill us, she said.
Yep, I agreed. He's got no other choice. General Leighton Frydenrich was chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. An Army general, he considered it part of his duty, an unenjoyable part, to talk to politicians. The fact that he was good at stroking huge, fragile egos was one reason. Some said the only reason he was selected as chairman. This afternoon, he was making the rounds in the Senate office building trying to drum up support for the next military appropriation bill. Although the service chiefs were tasked with the job by the Department of Defense, the senators always wanted to personally hear the chairman's take on the issues, which meant they wanted his opinion on how to divide up the largesse, since he was supposed to be above the parochial scrum by each branch as they rooted at the trough, according to Senator Westfall, in whose office Frydenrich now sat. The general didn't personally like Westfall, whom he thought a bombastic ideologue, but you would have never known it from watching his face and demeanor. There are a lot of people to like, Frydenrich once told his wife, although not many inside the Beltway. As Harry Truman once said, if you want a friend in Washington, get a dog.
Senator, the general said, you know we military men are all gentlemen by acts of Congress, and we don't root. We grab.
He said that with a smile, and Westfall chuckled. Then the senator lowered his voice. General, there has been some talk on the floor of Congress about a civil war if the president is impeached. I know we are speculating about an event that may never happen, but what is the chief's mood about that possibility? The smile disappeared from the soldier's face. We haven't discussed that, sir. I am at a loss about what to say. Westfall looked uncomfortable, as if he hated to be even discussing this topic. But what is your personal feeling on this matter, General?
Sir, I serve my country. I obey orders, and I obey the law.
Westfall wanted more. You see the problem. If the Senate votes to remove the president and an armed insurrection takes place, perhaps right here in Washington, what will be the military's role? General Frydenrich wondered if Westfall was taping this conversation, which was improper, he thought.
Senator, my answer must be that the uniformed services will obey the law and obey lawful orders from their superiors. From George Washington to the present day, that's been the case. This is America.
No fool, Westfall saw that he wasn't going to get any more out of this general. He changed the subject to the Navy's request for another aircraft carrier. From the top of the rock, we could see the road, house, and barn. The horses were still eating grass, in one end and out the other. Somehow it was comforting to think of Jack Norris in the barn shoveling horse shit at least once a day. It was just a few minutes after 4 o'clock. The summer sun was still high in the sky. I gave the pistol to Sarah and set out with the rifle to check out the ridge. I certainly didn't want Norris surprising us from behind. He knew the terrain well, I assumed, as well as all the neighbors. I also assumed he was busy as blazes at Langley and couldn't or wouldn't get here before 6 at the earliest. That's the problem with ambushes. They rested on a shaky pile of assumptions, and any one could be wrong. Life is like that, I suppose. The ridge was a long one that ran off both ends of the property, wooded, brushy. In some places, the summer brush was so thick you couldn't see 10 feet. I jumped a deer that left in a pounding hurry, I caught a glimpse of a white tail going away. It took a moment for my heart to slow down after that surprise. Heard some squirrels in the leaves, saw a couple in the trees. Why was I wasting my life in the CIA? I worked my way along the back fence, which was on the west side of the ridge, and came back along the ridge toward the big rock. Sarah was sitting on the rock watching the house. I made some noise to be sure she heard me coming. When I got to the foot of the rock, I asked, "Are we still alone?"
"Yes."
"After this, if we don't go to jail, I was thinking about you and me in Idaho," I told her. "Find a real job, buy a cabin, settle in."
"I thought you were interested in a post-spook career in burglary."
"I'm rethinking that." It was 6 o'clock, and I was rubbing my hands over the old lever-action Winchester, when the fact that something was wrong finally soaked into my pea-sized brain. I looked at the rifle, really looked. The rear sight elevation wedge was gone. The main sight housing was in a dovetail groove in the barrel, and the actual sight was on a flexible steel spring that was held in position by a wedge with notches. The wedge was gone, so the rear sight was lying flat on the barrel. Oh, man. Without that wedge, the bullet would go low, very low, probably right into the dirt 100 feet from me. I seem to recall that I had the wedge set on the second notch, which put the bullet 3 inches high at 100 yards. But it had been 3 or 4 years since I shot this thing. Maybe I should shoot it right now and see where the bullet goes. Even as that thought crossed my small mind, a car pulled up in front of the Norris house. Jack Norris climbed out. At least I thought it was him, but at 400 or so yards I couldn't be sure. I went over to Sarah and showed her the sight. "We're in trouble," I said.
"You've been in trouble since you got out of diapers," she shot back.
"Get over there behind a tree and stay there," I told her. "I'm going to have to get this guy to come up here. Maybe we can do something."
"Like die," she said.
Women are such pessimists. At least she did trot over to a tree and got behind it, just to the south of the big rock. I hunkered down behind a bush and kept an eye on the guy in the yard. He went into the house. Must be Norris or the guy who was servicing his wife. 3 minutes later, he came out with the scoped rifle, stood looking around, walked toward the gate looking at the ground. No doubt my pickup tracks were plain, right through the gate and out across the pasture toward the ridge. He thought so, too. He stood there looking up toward the ridge, rested the rifle on the gate, and used the scope to look. I eased down out of sight. I wondered if the wedge for the rear sight was in the blanket in the truck. I slipped over, keeping low, and opened the rear door. Got busy rummaging in the blanket on the rear seat, then eased the seat up and looked underneath. Didn't see the damn wedge, which was about the thickness of a dime and an inch long. Well, I was just going to have to pretend it was there. Fake it. I threw the rifle to my shoulder and pointed it where it felt right. Ah, me. The sights of his rifle were screwed up and he didn't know it. Mine were screwed up and I did know. I got down on my belly and crawled back to my bush, looked for Norris and didn't see him. Where? There he was, getting an ATV from the shed. I listened and heard the murmur of the engine, almost inaudible at this distance. He straddled the thing, held his rifle with his left hand, and used his right to steer and feed gas. When he got to the gate, he opened it. One of the horses thought this would be a good time to check out the grass in the front lawn. Norris shooed it back, moved the ATV into the pasture, and closed the gate. I was proud of him for remembering to close the gate. After you murder Sarah and me, you don't want to be chasing horses all over the county. He started the ATV up the hill along the tracks of the pickup. My cell phone buzzed. Who? It was Jake Grafton. I answered it. Tommy. His voice was weak. Where are you? Out at Jack Norris's place. I think the bastard shot you. He's chasing Sarah and me with a rifle as we speak. Call you back later. I broke the connection and turned the phone completely off so it wouldn't ring when I was getting ready to pot Norris, or he was getting ready to pot me, as the case might be. Vaughn Conyers and Callie Grafton were sitting beside Jake Grafton's bed. He says that Jack Norris shot me, and he's chasing them with a rifle right now. The president frowned. Shouldn't we... If Jack Norris is after Tommy Carmellini, he's going to be dead pretty quick. the Admiral whispered. "Do you think Norris shot you?"
"I don't know what to think,"
Grafton said and closed his eyes. He was amazed at how little energy he had. He just wanted to sleep and fought against it.
"When Tommy gets back, I'll call you,"
he told the president.
"Thanks for coming."
Conyers stood, shook Callie's hand, and left. She leaned over and kissed her husband.
"Get well, husband of mine. We've got a lot of living left to do." "Amen to that,"
he whispered and went promptly to sleep. There Jack Norris came, riding slowly up the hill toward the tree line. Obviously, he didn't think I had a rifle or he wouldn't be doing that. The thought was in my mind that I wanted him to shoot first. If he shot first, then I could claim self-defense. Really, it was stupid, but that's how my mind was working just then. Maybe I was still in shock from learning that my rifle had no rear sight. Some days it doesn't pay to get out of bed. Then the thought crossed my devious little mind that perhaps he had a pal coming up the ridge from the other side. I crawled away and went over to a tree on the downslope of the western side and stood listening. All I could hear was that damn ATV burbling along. Well, if Norris had a pal, he was going to get a free shot. I could only look in one direction at a time. I got low and crawled the last 20 feet to my bush beside the big rock. He was only 100 or so yards away. Screw the first shot. I poked the old Winchester out around the roots and put the front sight on the ATV. With no rear sight, this was very iffy. I held the rifle tightly, cocked the hammer, and squeezed the trigger. The report surprised me. It surprised the hell out of Jack Norris. He bailed off that ATV like the Luftwaffe was after him and sprawled out in the dirt, pointed more or less my way. I worked the lever and lay on my back a bit, wondering where that bullet went. After about a minute, I turned over and peeked around the base of the bush. He was crawling my way, still about 100 yards out. The ATV was crawling off without him. He ignored it. He had other problems. I ooched backwards. He saw something moving and shot at it. I heard the bullet whiz by to my left. I dove behind the big rock, climbed a little until I saw him. He saw me at the same time. I managed to get off the first shot, then I pushed myself backwards out of sight. Another bullet whizzed by. Damn things were supersonic, so there was that little sonic crack. "Gonna kill you, Carmellini!" he shouted. I didn't need to waste air on a reply. I ran along the ridge for 20 yards or so, found a nice tree that gave me a view of where he lay, and poked the Winchester out. I tried to guess if the bullets were going high or low. Low, I decided. I lowered the rear of the rifle a smidgen and waited. Saw his head bob up for a moment, then it was gone. The next time, I told myself. There, I fired. Saw the dirt fly up on the rise between him and me. Needed a bit more front sight elevation. Bang! A bullet slammed into the tree beside me, maybe 3 feet over my head. I wondered if Norris knew how badly he was missing. I hoped not. I worked the lever, chambered another round. Then I dug into my pocket and shoved 2 shells into the magazine. That done, I boogied, went down the ridge another 50 feet and eased my head around a tree, wondering where he had gone. Didn't see him. I lay perfectly still as if I were already a corpse. If he didn't see movement, he wouldn't know where I was. That was my thinking, if you can call it that. Truth was, I was scared. Really scared. This bastard wanted to kill me, and after he got it done, he would try to kill Sarah. Then I heard him some distance away. I rolled over. I thought he was working around to my right, trying to keep his distance. I carefully turned until I was pointed that way, had the old 30-30 cocked and ready. Time seemed to drag. I could hear squirrels playing and a jet running high. Somewhere, maybe a mile away, a car horn honking. Then I saw him out of the corner of my eye. He was about 50 feet to my right, stepping around a tree with the rifle up. I was pointed the wrong way. I was dead. "Hi," Sarah's voice. He spun towards her, and the pistol in her hands went off. He was knocked backwards. I scrambled up and ran toward him. Sarah just walked up, holding the pistol in both hands. "Goodbye, Mr. Norris," she said, and shot him 4 times as fast as she could pull the trigger. I took another step closer and looked. He was extremely dead. I took the pistol from her hand and put it in my shoulder holster. "Let's go call the law," I said, put my arm around her shoulders and steered her toward the truck. We left Jack Norris and his 270 lying there in the leaves. Chapter 23. Senator Harlan Westfall got a ride to New York from Michael Hunt. He met the financier, son of the late Anton Hunt, in the private jet terminal at Reagan National Airport. They walked across the ramp together and went up the stairs into Hunt's Gulfstream. The co-pilot followed them up the ladder and toggled the switch to raise it, sealing the plane, while the petite flight attendant seated the two gentlemen in the cabin. They were the only passengers. "Do you have a charger I could use for my phone?" Senator Westfall asked the flight attendant. "Can't keep the battery charged up," he explained to his host. Yes, indeed, the lady had a charger and plugged it into the senator's armrest. He plugged in the cell phone. She also took their orders for drinks, and as they taxied for takeoff, she brought each man a tumbler of 25-year-old single malt scotch. "Really appreciate the ride, Michael," the senator said. "Glad I could do it," Michael Hunt said. He was no spring chicken, a man in his 60s, but he had inherited the political proclivities of his father as well as his physical characteristics. Like Anton, who fell off an office building in New York just last year, Michael was dedicated to the New World Order, a world without borders, and was willing to use his pocketbook to get what he wanted, regardless of what other people thought or wanted. "You see how it's going," Westfall said as the plane took the runway and accelerated for takeoff. "Your father's plan is working. Russian money has had a corrosive effect on our enemies. It's really amazing." Hunt nodded. "Dad would have been shocked at how the Russians also used it on our friends," he said. "They are truly perfidious bastards." Westfall always enjoyed the way these executive jets maneuvered so effortlessly. The late evening sun was still above the horizon, firing the haze so badly that the city was almost invisible as the little jet climbed for altitude. "We screwed the Republicans and the Russians screwed us," Westfall said. "Perhaps it was inevitable, yet we can still make something out of this mess. Conyers is in deep and serious trouble. Judy Mucci thinks the House will impeach him, and God willing, the Senate will fry him. It'll be close, but I think it can be done." They discussed personalities as the jet leveled off at altitude and flew northeast. Which senators would vote to remove Conyers from office and which ones wouldn't. It was actually a short flight, so one drink was about all the flight attendant even managed to serve before the jet began its descent into Teterboro. They discussed ways to pressure recalcitrant senators. "We've got to get this done," Westfall said, and Michael Hunt agreed. It was dark when the plane parked at the jet center in Teterboro and Hunt and Westfall transferred to a helicopter for the ride across the Hudson to Manhattan. A million lights below them, the city spread out in all its glory. The view was sublime. It was nearly 11 o'clock when the county sheriff and FBI agents told Sarah Houston and me that we could go home. They were reluctant to let us go. But the 9mm pistol Jack Norris had on him was the clincher, that and the silencer in his trouser pocket. The law waited until the ballistics report came in on the pistol, which was one Norris had purchased several years ago. It had indeed fired the bullets that killed Jesse Hughes and Joe Lechetsky. We drove back to Sarah's place in my pickup. The Model 94 3030 was wrapped up in my blanket and back under the rear seat. Since I hadn't managed to shoot anyone with the rifle, the law enforcers let me keep it, and when I was wrapping it up, the wedge for the rear sight fell out of the blanket. They kept the 9mm Beretta, however, which was government issue. I'd have to fill out a report for the company, but as long as Grafton didn't croak on me, I doubted if I would have to pay for it. As we rode along, Sarah checked in with Callie Grafton. The Admiral was awake, so Sarah gave Callie a summary of our day to pass along. "There is no doubt, Mrs. Grafton. Jack Norris shot your husband." I thought Sarah overstated the case. Unless they found the intact bullet that had passed through Grafton's body, there was no way to be absolutely certain Norris's 270 was the guilty gun. Still, it probably was, and the law dogs all knew it. I wasn't going to keep looking. They had kept us separate from Nora Norris, who came home about 7 and found the law there with a flock of scientists. Later, an ambulance crew removed her husband's body. The Norris son, the football player, came home about 9 and didn't say much, the sheriff said. I didn't see him either, but I felt sorry for him. How would you like to come home after a movie and find your dad had murdered 2 people, tried to kill several others, and now was dead? Sarah and I were famished, so we dropped into a late-night bar I knew about and had drinks and dinner while listening to jazz. She said to me, "I'll expect that report for justice on my desk tomorrow." We had a chuckle about that. Then she wanted to know if I were really serious about Idaho. Yes, very soon. We talked and talked about Idaho. The music was Dave Brubeck, Kenny G, and Thelonious Monk. Yeah. When we saw Jake Grafton, he had IVs in each arm, an oxygen cannula taped to his nose, a catheter in his dick, and drains in the surgical incisions. His wife hadn't yet come to the hospital that morning, which was just as well. "She needs the sleep," Grafton whispered. He was wired to a computer which sat beside the bed and displayed all his vital signs on a monitor. It was mesmerizing watching his heartbeat, his blood pressure, oxygen saturation level, and whatever else they had. Grafton saw me looking at the thing and whispered, "I like to watch it. When the squiggles stop, I'm dead." "You'll be the first to know," I agreed. We were telling him about the shootout with Jack Norris when a doctor and nurse came in. 2 orderlies were right behind. They fussed over him, rearranged him in the bed, checked the catheter, examined the IVs, asked how he was doing, and told us not to stay very long. I followed the doctor into the hallway. One of the company's covert operators was sitting in a chair beside the door, a guy named Harry Franklin. I knew Harry fairly well from adventures we shared in the Middle East. He was armed and competent. I followed the doctor to the nurse's station and said, "I'm one of Admiral Grafton's executive assistants, doctor." The doctor made an instant decision to tell me everything. "He should have died right there on that sidewalk where he was shot. Massive trauma, massive blood loss, shock. Call it what you will. It's a miracle. He's lost part of a lung, yet I feel an incredible optimism. I think he's actually going to survive and make an excellent recovery." "When?" "It's going to take time, and he'll never get back to where he was before he was shot. Maybe a 70 or 80% recovery. But he'll be back doing normal things, walking, driving, working, making decisions. And that will be flat miraculous. Man, they come in here in all kinds of conditions, and Mr. Grafton is about the worst I've seen to actually survive surgery and start back. When I first saw him, I thought he'd die on the table." "Thank you, doctor." "Don't stay too long. He will tire very quickly. Rest is the best medicine." I went back into the room. The medical personnel were gone, and Sarah Houston was bent over the bed listening to Jake Grafton whisper. She kept mumbling, "Yes." He saw me, try to smile. Then Sarah grasped my arm and we left the room. Mrs. Grafton had texted Sarah that she was on her way, but we didn't wait for her. "The boss wants Norris's home computer," she told me, and we headed for the parking lot. When we whipped into the entrance to Norris's drive, we saw 4 cars there, one of which was the football player's blue sports car. None of the others looked official. "Think we should wait?" Sarah asked. "If we do, then the FBI will get around to asking for the thing if they haven't already." "Mrs. Norris and the son haven't seen us, have they?" "No, but they probably heard our names." I wasn't hopeful. Thank heavens I wore a tie this morning. I checked that it was on straight, Sarah made sure she was properly put together, and we got out of her little BMW and climbed to the porch. The kid answered the bell. He was a muscled-up athletic specimen who could have played linebacker in better days. Today he looked as if he had been in a serious car wreck, and I didn't blame him. I wondered about Jack Norris's brains, if he had really had any. Before we could say anything, the kid opened the door and let us in. "Mom's in the kitchen," he said, and beat it. So we went that way. It was easy to see which one was Nora Norris. She was in even worse shape than her son. 4 women friends were gathered around the middle island, and they were all talking softly among themselves. Sarah and I waited until Mrs. Norris noticed us. Then Sarah went over, offered a hand and condolences. I could see them whispering but couldn't hear what was being said. In a moment, Mrs. Norris led Sarah toward the den. I followed. The desktop computer was sitting right there still.
"Can you remember the passwords, Mrs. Norris?" Sarah asked. "The main one is on the keyboard. I can never remember passwords." "We'll bring the computer back as soon as possible, Mrs. Norris. Would you like a receipt?"
She shook her head no and walked away, back toward the bedroom and master bath.
"Unplug the box and let's get out of here,"
Sarah whispered to me. We did. 3 minutes later, we were in the car going down the drive. "What did you tell her?" I asked my partner in crime.
"That the company had to check Mr. Norris's computer to see if it held any classified material. She bought it. I never even told her my name."
She shuddered.
"I feel slimy."
"Your explanation is almost true," I shot back, which is a rarity in the spook business. "And I wish to remind you that you'd feel a lot worse if you were shot up like Jake Grafton."
"I know."
"Or dead. But I don't suppose the dead feel anything." The new acting director, Nanya Friend, called me into her office and asked for a complete briefing on what happened yesterday. I gave it to her straight. The color drained from her face as she listened. But she was tough as Callie Grafton. With that behind her, she wanted a complete briefing on the Russian fake money fiasco. An hour later, she was still asking questions.
"So where do you go from here?"
she asked. "After lunch, I'm going back to the hospital to wait for Jake Grafton to wake up. Then I'm going to find out what Sarah Houston and I are going to do. If you want, you might come along." Nanya Friend took a deep breath and stirred through the phone message chits on her desk with a finger.
"I'd better try to keep this agency functioning," she said. "Give the director my warmest wishes."
"I will," I assured her and headed for the hallway. Senator Harlan Westfall heard the news about Jack Norris, assistant director of the CIA, from his secret FBI friend, who had called him early that morning at home. That dumb bastard Norris apparently shot Jake Grafton, the director, his boss, in an attempt to derail the Russian money investigation. Then he killed the man who hired an ag pilot to kill Yegor Koryev. When Tommy Carmellini and a CIA female techie showed up at his house yesterday evening, he tried to kill them, and got killed himself. And, by the way, Jake Grafton was alive and guarded around the clock. The doctor thought he would eventually make an excellent recovery. On the positive side, the impeachment of Von Conyers seemed to be progressing nicely. The liberal media was sounding the trumpets about Russian money invested in Conyers' projects. As one talk show host told her audience, "He's dirty and you know it. This is a good excuse to get rid of the bastard. Let's do it. No apologies, no second-guessing, let's just do it." One commentator noted that rant sounded like a build-up to a lynching, but the liberal media ignored that crack. Westfall, the Senate Minority Leader, and Judy Mucci, Speaker of the House, couldn't afford to ignore shots like that, which drew blood. Even if they successfully hung Conyers and left him twisting slowly in the wind, they had to govern afterwards. They had to get a Democrat elected to the White House in the next election, win back the Senate, and keep the House. It was a tall order and required strategic planning. The liberal mouths on television didn't help their cause. The problem was toning them down without bruising huge, extremely fragile egos. One way was to phone them, so Mucci and Westfall divided the list and made the calls. "We appreciate your enthusiasm, but for God's sake, show a little restraint. Talk about due process and a fair hearing. Then after we hang the son of a bitch, you can laugh."
"We've got to impeach and convict him," Mucci told Westfall at a conference in his office. "Letting Conyers stand in front of cameras ranting to stadiums full of cheering people is a good way for us to lose the next election, and you know it. We've got to get him off that podium." One of those huge, extremely fragile egos belonged to the Squall, as Westfall referred to the former Indian and college professor who was running for president in the next election. He didn't call her that to her face, of course, or where anyone but his immediate staff could hear. But Westfall found her self-righteous speeches a bit much. Still, there was a chance, a very small chance, but a chance nonetheless, that she might actually get herself elected to the presidency. So Westfall always took her calls. "Harlan, I've just been talking to Dr. Barber."
Michael J. Barber was, as everyone knew, the president of the university where the Squall used to teach. the richest, most prestigious private university in the nation.
There's a damned Bible college in Arkansas that claims they got some Russian money. So Barber has had his own staff checking. He says there are gifts to the endowment fund from at least 4 foundations in the last 2 years that look very suspicious. They total $164 million.
Why do they look suspicious? Westfall asked.
The staff was checking the W-9s they provided. It seems those foundations no longer exist, if they ever did. The IRS never heard of them.
Westfall didn't know what W-9s were, but assumed correctly that they were some obscure IRS form. To keep the squall talking, he said, "Sorry to hear that."
Harlan, I've been publicly hammering Conyers about accepting Russian money. Now it's my university. Do you see the spot this puts me in?
Liz, I don't know what to say. Our friends didn't do this.
Well, by God, somebody did. They did it to make me look like a fool and a hypocrite. If the university goes public with this, and Barber says the board insists upon it, I can't unsay all the things I've said. I can't denounce the university. The networks will have a field day at my expense.
She blithely ignored the fact that she could have refused to comment until all the facts were known. The squaw and her allies didn't operate that way. I'm sorry.
Sorry? This whole scam has been a debacle from end to end. A damned nigger tar baby, and now we're stuck to it.
She hung up on Harlan Westfall. As he sat there with the dead receiver in his hand, Harlan Westfall said to himself, but not aloud, "You can't use the N-word, Liz." The news that the director of the CIA had been shot in an assassination attempt was front-page news for 2 whole days. Then the story flared again when Jack Norris, the assistant director, was killed in a shootout. The police refused to speculate, but someone in the FBI did, so the press linked the stories together on the front pages for another 2 days. Then the political news and finger-pointing drove the CIA's troubles into the back pages. A prominent nationally syndicated columnist said that it was obvious things weren't going well with the spooks in Langley, yet he had no facts. He wanted a congressional investigation, but Congress's attention was elsewhere. The progressives had decided this was the time to slay the dragon in the White House, a quest that made all other matters momentarily irrelevant. That week, the House of Representatives passed a bill of impeachment against the president, Vaughn Conyers. It was political theater that filled the television news channels, devoured trainloads of printer's ink, and gave radio talk show hosts their best audiences in years. Advertisers were horrified to see how much they would have to pay to sell their products over the airwaves during this time of national crisis. There hadn't been a circus like this in America in a generation, not since Willie Hinton was impeached in the House for perjuring himself before a grand jury and obstructing justice, and every Democrat in the Senate had refused to convict him and remove him from office. In the midst of all this, FBI Special Agent Dylan Litzenberg came home late one evening. He was working 12 hours a day supervising a task force of agents attempting to discover how Russian money had been routed and squeezed through the nation's banks and where that money ended up. His live-in girlfriend, Rhonda Sides, was also putting in 12-hour days at CIA headquarters at Langley. They had a pact that neither would discuss their work, which was confidential or classified, at home. Sometimes this led to long silences, but usually they discussed the news of the day, gossip about mutual acquaintances, what they had heard from their families, and where they should go on their next vacation. One evening, however, Rhonda decided she needed a wee bit of sympathy and said, "I am so sick of listening to those intercepts." Dylan Litzenberg raised his eyebrows but held his tongue. He was intensely curious but was afraid to ask a single question. "There's just so much of it," Rhonda said as she poured herself a glass of wine. By God, after the day she had had, she deserved a glass of wine. Litzenberg poured himself a vodka on the rocks and added a twist as he tried to decide how to squeeze a little more from Rhonda. He raised the glass and took a sip as he studied her face. She looked exhausted. "Must be listening to a lot of people," he said casually. Then Rhonda did what she had told herself she would never do, which was reveal company secrets to people without clearances. "They're listening to everyone who's anyone, half of Washington. You'd be amazed. They're using cell phones and computers as listening devices. Then the transcripts must be spot-checked." She snorted. She took her wine and headed for the bedroom to change out of her work clothes. Dylan Litzenberg stood frozen. He had just glimpsed white-hot fire through a partially open furnace door, a door that had immediately closed. The director and assistant director of the CIA had been shot. The director was in critical condition, and the assistant director was dead. The Congress was becoming a self-sustaining chain reaction. He felt slightly nauseous. He had talked to Westfall on the phone just last week. Maybe the spooks already had him by the balls. What if the spooks were listening to Harlan Westfall? What if the spooks had overheard him leaking FBI information to Westfall? What if they had it in a computer? Dylan Litzenberg was ambitious. He didn't want to spend the rest of his career in Waco or Boise doing background checks or chasing bank stick-up artists through trailer parks. He knew how one got promoted in the FBI, by making friends with powerful people, like the big weenies in the Hoover Building or in Congress, people like the Senate Minority Leader. If the CIA were listening to anyone in Washington, they were certainly listening to Westfall, who was the driving force in the Senate behind the attempt to remove President Conyers. One thing was certain. He had to warn Westfall, and telephoning him wouldn't get it done, nor texting nor emails. No, he was going to have to deliver a written note. While Rhonda was in the shower, he sat down to write it. Litzenberg was so nervous his hands shook. He took a healthy swig of vodka and began. At CIA headquarters in Langley, Sarah Houston and her colleagues sorted through hundreds of transcripts of cell phone and computer-captured conversations. The more interesting ones were set aside, the audio put on a master thumb drive and checked against the written transcript. Sarah gave Jack Norris's home computer to her brightest protege to crack. Sarah just didn't have the time. The bill of impeachment passed the House of Representatives on a Friday, and on Monday, Jake Grafton was moved from the ICU to a regular hospital room, a single. He sat up in bed with a box of conversation transcripts and read them when he felt like it. Callie helped him sort them, then they both read the piles. On Tuesday, Harlan Westfall went dark. Sarah didn't find out about it until late that evening when she told me. Westfall stopped using his cell phone, doesn't use his office or home landline, and his computer is disconnected from his office Wi-Fi. In fact, I think it's unplugged. He's wise to what's going on, I said. He was worried about his cell phone battery life, she remarked, but he shut off everything. There's a leak somewhere. Here. Probably. She was gloomy. The fact that the massive eavesdropping campaign against Americans was illegal meant that the more people who knew about it, the more difficult the secret was to keep. She had pointed that out repeatedly to Jake Grafton, who had used the capability sparingly and only as necessary, usually overseas. Never like it was being used now, to monitor the conversations of over 24 Americans, 29 to be exact. I began to fret. If Harlan Westfall knew we were listening, he might pass it on. Sarah gave me Westfall's transcripts and I dug in. What a slime ball. On Wednesday morning, I read the conversation that Westfall had had on his cell phone before the Norris shooting. The man didn't identify himself and Westfall didn't call him by name, but the man knew all about the FBI's investigation of the money trail, and he was tattling to Westfall, who already knew more than the FBI would ever learn. I decided it could be, and went back to the beginning of the surveillance of Westfall to see if I could find another conversation with this guy. I found two that I thought had to be him, talking about the money trail. I was convinced this guy was an FBI agent. I got one of Sarah's minions to help me find the conversations in the computer archives so I could listen to the raw audio. I discussed it with Sarah. Westfall has a source in the FBI. He might have gotten a tip from him that we're eavesdropping, although I have no clue how the agency found out. She puffed out her cheeks and tapped one with a pencil eraser. One of the women on this project lives with an FBI agent. I heard her talking to a coworker. Which woman? Rhonda Sides. Maybe she was the leak, maybe she wasn't. It was something to know. Something began nagging at me. Do you think Westfall had anything to do with the Koryev attempt or Jack Norris? I've seen no indication, she said. Friday afternoon, Jake Grafton called Sarah and asked her to bring me and the latest intercepts to the hospital. A CIA security man was on duty in the hallway, one I didn't know. We found Jack Yockey and Callie in the room with the Admiral. I thought Grafton looked better. The color in his face was back, he had fewer IVs in him, and he had shaved within the last day or two. The cannula was still taped in place. His voice was stronger than it had been the last 2 times I saw him, and they had his bed cranked up a bit so he could read. He had his glasses on. "You must be perking along pretty well," I told him. "The glint is back in your eye, and you look mean as ever." He snorted, then said to me, "Get more chairs." Yep, there were only 2 in the room. When that was attended to, he told me to close the door, and I did. He shot the breeze a bit with Yockey, sizing him up. I knew what he was doing. Grafton was going to sell the reporter something that he probably wouldn't want, but he was going to buy it anyway. After a few moments of idle chatter, Grafton said to Yockey, "I'm going to tell you a story off the record, then make a proposal. We won't do any negotiating. If you agree to my proposal, you get to use the story. If you don't, you can never tell a soul about this conversation or anything you learned." Yockey's eyes left Grafton, and he looked around from face to face. His gaze ended up where it had began, on the Admiral. Yockey shrugged. "I'm willing to listen." "With the proviso as stated. You must listen to the whole story. If you don't like the deal, your lips are eternally sealed." "Your choice of words implies that I'm going to be dead. Assuming you don't mean to kill me if I don't like your proposal, I will keep it to myself." Grafton nodded once. "Good," he said. "Tommy?" That was my cue. Grafton wasn't strong enough to talk for an hour, so I was supposed to set the stage. I began with the senator's visit to the director's office to ask for our help rescuing a kidnapped kid in Tallinn, Estonia. I finished with our capture of Yevgen Koryev and the interrogation in Utah. "Someone sent an assassin to try to murder Koryev, and we think we know who that was. That will all become apparent," I said. "Sarah," Jake Grafton said. Sarah cleared her throat.
"Admiral Grafton asked me if I could use some secret programs we have developed through the years to turn various cell phones, laptop computers, and desktops into listening devices. He gave me the names and, in some cases, telephone numbers. We have intercepted and recorded a bit over 100 hours of conversations so far, and—" "Americans?" Yockey demanded. "Yes." "Jesus H. Christ!" Jack Yockey exclaimed. "Isn't that illegal?" "Yes." "Felonies?" "Yes." "I don't want to hear this. Christ, I could be prosecuted as a co-conspirator." He closed his eyes and stuck his fingers in his ears. I laughed. He must have heard me because he pulled his fingers out of his head, opened his eyes, and looked at me sourly. "You asshole," he said. "You ballless bastard," I shot back and leaned toward him. "Your country is awash with fake Russian money. Reputations are being ruined. We are seeing the worst political crisis of our lifetime. Jake Grafton is lying there in that bed with a hole in him that damn near killed him. And you are worried about putting your shriveled little weenie on the line. Reporters can print things obtained illegally, and you know that. Remember the Pentagon Papers? Kiss my ass." "That's enough, Tommy," Grafton said. He waited until Yockey shifted his gaze from me to him. "Our deal was you listen to all of it, then decide. I can tell you now that I don't like it." Yockey was defiant, petulant. Personally, I always thought the guy lacked guts. He wanted to be at the top of his profession without doing any sweating or bleeding to get there. "You can tell me that when we're done, too," Grafton said. "Your decision." Yockey shrugged, then nodded. "Callie, give him the transcripts in the order that we arranged them." To Yockey, he said, "We will start with Senate Minority Leader Harland Westphal and House Speaker Judy Mucci. Then we will move on to other players. These are merely computer-generated transcripts of oral conversations, and we have the conversations in digital form if you want to listen to the raw audio." He nodded, and Callie handed him the first pile. I stood, and Sarah did too. Jake Grafton winked at me. We went to the cafeteria for a cup of coffee. "What do you think?" Sarah asked me.
I think Yaki's crazy if he doesn't go for it. This is the story of the century. It will make his career. Shows, books, he's being handed the gold ring. Grafton may go to prison, but Yaki will come out smelling like a rose. We had coffee, decided that an early dinner would sit well, so we went back through the cafeteria line with trays and plates. Sitting at a table eating, we talked about Idaho. Maybe a cabin in the woods near a town where we could get jobs. I knew a guy whose family were fishing and hunting outfitters. Maybe something along those lines would keep me occupied.
I could always do computer consulting, Sarah said tentatively.
When you aren't hiking, fishing, camping, skiing, all that important stuff. She smiled.
We can give it a try, Tommy, but I think you're going to miss the action. Teaching some guy to fly fish isn't the same as bugging an embassy in the middle of the night, or rappelling down a rope with the SEALs to snatch a Russian mogul.
I'm really tired of shooting people, Sarah. Chapter 24.
It really bothers me that Harlan Westfall got a tip about our eavesdropping, Sarah said.
People are people, I responded. If you can figure out how to stop wagging tongues, your fortune is made. She rested her elbow on the table and used her hand as a chin rest.
Westfall knew about the fake Russian money scramble, she mused. He knew that Anton Hunt organized it. He knew how and why and when. And now he and his friends have everything on the table, betting they can use Russian money to drive a stake through Von Conyers' heart.
Uh-huh.
The Russians just want America tied up in knots. Sending fake money over here cost them pennies. It was a classic KGB operation.
She was right, of course.
If we tumbled to it, the Russians could deny everything, and even if we proved they did it, so what? Westfall and friends, however, have more at stake.
I stared at her. When Grafton sailed off into the sunset, Sarah Houston should be the next director of the CIA. Let's go back upstairs, I said. The security man was still outside Grafton's room, and the door was closed. The door across the hallway was standing open. I looked in. The room was empty. I went to the desk where the wings came together, where the elevators were. The nurse on duty was a man. 403, Grafton. I want him moved to another room. The room right across the hallway, 404, is open. That will do nicely. The guy looked at me. I can't just shuffle patients around willy-nilly on your say-so. Who the hell are you, anyway? I opened my sports coat so he could see the gun under my armpit. I'm the meanest son of a bitch you ever met. I was in Grafton's room 403 a half hour ago and saw a rat. A big sewer rat. 404 won't cost the government a dime more than 403. If you don't move the Admiral right fucking now, I'm going to call a reporter and my lawyer. So you're CIA? No, Clara Barton. I'm with Murder Incorporated. Come on, let's move the bed and all that equipment. Yaki was still reading. We left him at it, and the nurse Sarah, Callie, and I moved the bed and computer monitor and IV trees. Then I hustled Yaki across the hallway and brought the chairs over. When I was finished, I carefully closed the door to 403 and had the security man sit in front of it, just where he had been sitting. Looking right, he could see along the hall to the nurse's station and the elevator doors. To his left, he could see all the way down the hallway to the end, where there was a door to the emergency stairwell. That fire door, I knew, was rigged so that it only opened from the hallway side. Once a person was in the stairwell, he was going to the bottom unless he was a fireman or had the keys to the floors. I went into the new room to see how Grafton and Yaki were getting along. Yaki had apparently finished his assigned reading. The pile of papers was on a chair beside him.
It's dynamite, he was saying. And you knew I'd have to take it when you called me.
Grafton didn't acknowledge that. Tomorrow Sarah can give you audio on the transcripts you want to use. Take the transcripts. These are just copies, and use them to put this together into a narrative, then run it as soon as possible. However, you cannot say how you got this, who you got it from, how it was obtained, any of that. Is that understood? A little bird gave it to me. Grafton wiggled a finger at Yaki. Nobody at all gave you anything unless you're under oath in a courtroom and the judge orders you to answer the question. Then and only then can you give my name, and only to keep from going to jail on contempt charges. I couldn't resist. If you are really ambitious, Jack, you could give the judge the finger and go to jail standing up for the First Amendment. The network would have you out by Labor Day and you'd be a rock star. The female anchors would be bopping you off camera.
Or on,
Sarah said brightly. Callie Grafton didn't say a word. Sarah, Jack Yockey, and Callie Grafton left a half hour later. Since I'd made such a horse's ass out of myself over the Admiral's room, I thought I had better wait to meet the villains if they came. If they didn't come, all would be well. Since I couldn't stay awake all night, I called a couple of colleagues, Willis Coffey and Travis Clay. I had known and worked with them for years. Willis agreed to relieve me at midnight. "Bring a shotgun," I said. Saturday morning, Nanya Friend went to the office. Running the CIA was a 7-days-a-week job. She was up to her eyeballs in reports and phone calls from senators, the White House, and the FBI, when Grafton's senior executive assistant brought her a court document that had been served upon the gate guards. It was a cease and desist order signed by a federal district judge. Friend told the receptionist to hold the telephone calls and settled down to read it. Upon information received, Senator Harlan Westphal alleged that the Central Intelligence Agency was monitoring his telephone calls and had installed listening devices in his computers. He went on for a page or so, leading up to the allegation that all this was grossly illegal. The judge had found that an injunction would probably be granted if the allegations were proven at a hearing, but considering their sensational nature and the fact that there would be no legal way for the said agency to monitor the said senator, a cease and desist order should be immediately issued. And it was. The thing was stapled to the back of the document. A date 2 weeks in the future was set for a hearing in United States District Court. Friend called Sarah Houston and asked her to come to her office. When she arrived, Nanya showed her the court order. Sarah read it carefully and handed it back.
"So what do you want me to do, Miss Friend?"
Nanya Friend knew Jake Grafton, and she knew the Admiral was playing a dangerous game. She also thought Jake Grafton knew the risks he was taking. She turned the question around.
"What do you suggest?" "We've made transcripts of every word Westphal has uttered as well as every word uttered in his presence since we got the bugs in. Every word. The Admiral wants those transcripts. He already has a stack of them." "What about this court order?" "We're obeying the court order," Sarah Houston said. "Westphal has already gone dark. We're not hearing anything from Westphal unless someone else whom we are monitoring calls him. I think you should pass this document to Admiral Grafton. He's still the director of this agency."
Sarah Houston stopped right there. She was unwilling to tell Miss Friend about Grafton's deal with Jack Yockey. Grafton could tell Friend whatever he wanted her to know, Sarah thought. 2 weeks. America would die whimpering or explode into civil war long before anyone had to face a federal judge. Friend was not stupid and knew that she was not getting the whole picture. The silence shrieked. Friend broke it with the comment, "That he is."
"An assassination attempt was made on a Russian under interrogation at a safe house," Sarah said. "The assistant director of this agency shot the director, almost killing him, and murdered 2 people. This has gone way beyond court orders and nice little statutes. It's gone way beyond poisonous politics and impeachment of the president. We're into murder and treason."
"Treason?"
"Treason," Sarah said flatly. "A conspiracy to bring down the government is treason."
Friend decided she didn't want to touch that comment. She said,
"Levy said you shot Jack Norris."
Sarah's head bobbed.
"That I did. Shot him dead. I put 5 bullets into him. He was trying to kill me and Tommy Carmellini with the rifle he used to shoot Jake Grafton."
She made a gesture dismissing the whole subject, then asked,
"How did Westphal find out he was being monitored?"
Friend's eyes narrowed and she scrutinized the younger woman.
"Obviously someone told him. Any idea who?"
Sarah Houston considered her answer.
"Jack Norris is the most likely source. We think he initiated the attempted hit in Utah. But perhaps he didn't tell Westphal that he was being monitored by the agency. The timing isn't quite right. We're mining the telephone numbers of people who talked to Westphal. We should know something soon."
"Try to do that," the acting director said. "I'm going to the hospital this afternoon to see Admiral Grafton. I'll show him this. Meanwhile, I have to talk to Robert Levy again. The FBI is getting a tremendous amount of heat. Levy thinks this agency and Admiral Grafton know a lot more than we are sharing."
"We certainly do," Sarah shot back. "I hope we know enough."
Harlan Westfall was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He kept reviewing the conversations he had had with his political allies over the last week, but that wasn't enough time. 10 days. No, 2 weeks or 3, maybe more. The FBI agent didn't know. Jake Grafton. That. Who would have believed that an agency of the federal government would monitor him, the Senate Minority Leader? No wonder the battery in his cell phone wouldn't hold a charge. It never rested. It had been constantly on, transmitting everything it heard. Westfall had stopped his car on the chain bridge over the Potomac, and as motorists behind him honked and shouted, got out of the car and threw the cell phone over the railing into the river. He felt better without it, felt clean. The only consolation was that asshole Grafton would never be able to use recordings he and his agency had obtained illegally, feloniously. No judge in America would allow that crap into his courtroom. The IT people were going over all the computers in his office at the Senate office building and at his condo. Apparently, all were infected by a virus that turned them into listening devices. Outrageous. That Grafton. He had to go, if he didn't die. Maybe he would die. He certainly deserved to go to the graveyard. A coffin would be the perfect place for him. The CIA had gotten too damn big and evil for its britches. He would introduce a bill in the Senate to kill the agency, to split up its functions. Perhaps Congress should fire all the 17,000 maggots at Langley. No pensions. Just fire the sons of bitches. Even the Republicans would be outraged when they understood what Grafton's CIA had done. And the people at Langley who knew about this, who helped do it, they should be prosecuted. Levy at the FBI would love to hammer them. Perhaps we need another special prosecutor. He sat in his office thinking about that as the tech people checked the office for bugs. Harlan Westfall would get even. Grafton would rue the day he strapped on Harlan Westfall. Then his thoughts turned to Vaughn Conyers. He was probably behind this. He probably told Grafton to do it. We'll take that son of a bitch down. As he thought about Vaughn Conyers, Harlan Westfall wished he had recordings of everything that bastard said in the Oval Office for the last 2 years. Everything. The irony of that wish didn't cross his mind. No one came to shoot Jake Grafton at the hospital Friday night or Saturday morning. I relieved Travis Clay, who had relieved Willis Coffey. The agency security guys also had a man on duty. Nanya Friend came to the hospital Saturday afternoon and stayed for an hour and left. After she left, I went in to see Grafton. All the other patients up and down the hallway had their television babysitter on, but Grafton didn't. He looked tired. "Hey, Admiral." "Hey, Tommy. Would you like your television on? Washington is trying to incinerate itself. The impeachment, Russian money, accusations right and left, shouts of treason. America is tearing itself apart." He looked sad. "This is the end game. Both sides are trying to destroy the other." "Putin," I said. "This is what he wanted." "Oh, no doubt he's enjoying the show. But this mess is American-made. We did it to ourselves." "Barry Sotoro, he and Anton Hunt. This is right down their alley." "It wasn't Barry," Grafton said softly. He couldn't speak much above a whisper. "And it wasn't Hunt. Neither is smart or subtle enough for this maneuver." "So who?" He told me. I didn't believe it. "Got any proof?" "None. And we need to get some. I want you to get whatever you need to wire this room for sound and video. Put a computer across the hallway to capture every whisper or fart." I thought he had lost his mind, but I played along. "When?" "Now. The other guys can watch for assassins. I doubt we'll have any this evening or tomorrow, but I want that stuff installed, checked, and in perfect working order by tomorrow night." "When Yaki broadcasts?" "Yes." I was at a loss for words. Finally, I said, "You gonna watch Yaki on your TV?" "Wouldn't miss it. Now go to Langley and get what you need. You're sure? Go, Tommy. It's the only solution that makes sense. So I left him lying there, took the elevator to the ground floor, and walked across the parking lot to my truck. A light rain was falling from a gray sky. The puddles weren't very deep, but I stomped in them anyway. The poor devil had lost his marbles. The job had been too much. He should have retired last year. I felt sorry for Callie. Jack Yockey's Sunday evening show originated in a studio at the local Fox station in Washington. With over 10 hours of audio to be edited down to a 1-hour show, complete with streamers along the bottom of the screen for those who couldn't quite hear what was being said, Yockey had a huge task getting ready for his Sunday night broadcast. His producer and an unpaid intern helped sort the material and offered suggestions. Commercials would eat up part of his hour. Yockey knew he was just scratching the surface with the audio intercepts that he would have time to air, and Grafton had only given him intercepted conversations in which Senate Minority Leader Harlan Westfall and House Speaker Judy Mucci participated. At first, Yockey was tempted to limit the conversations to the attack on Conyers via impeachment, but he realized that story could wait for a few weeks. After tonight, he might not have a television show. "We'll go with the hottest stuff first," he told the producer and intern. "This stuff sizzles," the producer said. He was a 30-something skinny guy with lumberjack facial hair and a ponytail. "How sure are you that this stuff is real?" That was certainly a valid question. If Yockey was the victim of a War of the Worlds fiction production, his career would be as dead as King Tut. The damage to the network would be incalculable. "Absolutely certain." "Where'd you get this stuff?" "From an unimpeachable source." When the producer took a potty break Saturday evening, he decided to visit the executive suite. Even if Yockey were willing to risk his career, the producer wasn't. 20 minutes after the producer returned to the studio, Yockey was summoned to the executive offices. The manager of the local station didn't pretend he didn't know what was going on. "Tell me about these telephone recordings you're going to use tomorrow night." He was in his 50s and had begun, like Yockey, on a newspaper before making the leap to television. His name was Stu Metz. So Yockey told how he visited CIA Director Jake Grafton in his hospital room on Friday and was given this material by Grafton on the condition that he not reveal his source. "Is it genuine?" "Of course. We compared tapes of Westfall and Mucci, and the voice prints match up perfectly." "Did the CIA have warrants for telephone taps?" Metz asked. "No." "So these recordings are illegal?" "Yes." "Your deal with Grafton. Can you ever reveal your source?" "Under oath in a courtroom to avoid a contempt citation." Metz frowned. "What if he denies it?" "He won't. I've known him for years, and he's given me my biggest stories. Jake Grafton plays straight and fair, and he's one of the few in this town who does." "I want to see the show when you get it finished. Then we'll decide if we're going to run it." "It's your network." "I just work here," Stu Metz said. "And I want to keep this job. I like it. I've got a mortgage and 2 car payments to make every month. However, I do know the guys who own a controlling interest in this network's parent. They believe in cutting-edge journalism, but they are not interested in committing suicide delivering it. We're in business to make a profit, not to provide full employment for the Washington legal profession." "I understand. I'd better get back at it. I'll call you tomorrow when I have the show in the can." Jack Yockey's intern, Gabriella Saba, was a young woman in her first year of grad school at George Washington University. She was shocked at the vitriol pouring forth from the computer. Mucci and Westfall. Who would have believed it? When she went home at 9 on Saturday night, she told her boyfriend about the show. He was a bit farther left on the political scale than Gabriella, and so on Sunday morning, after she had left for work, he called a buddy whose wife worked for Judy Mucci and told him about the show. "The Congresswoman's in it," Gabby says. "And these are telephone taps?" "That's what Gabby said." "Where did they come from?" She didn't know. Yockey refused to say. "My guess would be FBI." "Holy, thanks for calling." And the buddy hung up. At 11 on Sunday morning, Judy Mucci called Stu Metz. "I hear you have some illegal wiretaps one of your people is going to use on a show tonight." "Where'd you hear that?" "That's beside the point. Is it true?" I'm not a lawyer. I'm a journalist.
I give you fair warning, Metz. If you run anything obtained illegally that features my voice, I'll sue your damned network until hell won't have it.
The courthouse is open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, Stu Metz told her. Then Metz called his boss in New York and told him about Yaki's show and the speaker's threat.
What's Yaki got that's so hot?
I haven't heard it yet.
Have Yaki call me.
Jack Yaki did call New York, and at 4 that afternoon, after he finished taping his show, he and Stu Metz sat down to watch it. At the same time, it was running in the executive suite in New York. When the show finished, Metz and Yaki sat in silence, awaiting the verdict from on high. Yaki was nervous. Metz chewed a fingernail, then stuck a stick of gum into his mouth and munched that. Finally, the phone rang.
Stu? Jack?
Yes, sir.
I just got off the phone with Harlan Westfall, who called just as the show ended. Was he infuriated? I can see why. That bastard is in big trouble. So is that senile nincompoop Moochie. Those two deserve each other.
Silence. Then a chuckle came over the desk loudspeaker. The chuckle grew to a laugh.
Yaki, you did a good job. Run that thing. Don't change a word.
The connection broke. Stu Metz reached for Yaki's hand, shook it, and they went to dinner. Chapter 25. Saturday night, Sarah and I ate with Armonte Hall and some of the guys in the hospital cafeteria. The food was wholesome and good, yet the prices were very low. Apparently, Band-Aid and iodine sales in the rooms upstairs were subsiding the food service. I had finished installing audio and video recorders in Grafton's hospital room earlier, so we sat across the hall and watched the nurse maneuver the bedpan. No one said a word. All of us have a bedpan in our future if we live long enough. When we finished dinner, we lingered over coffee while Callie visited with her husband upstairs. No one had much to say. I thought I was the only one there who had an inkling about what Grafton planned, what he thought would happen, and I had been around long enough to know that keeping your mouth shut is usually the best policy. We made our arrangements about who was going to be on watch tonight, then Sarah and I drove home. The rain had stopped and the night was just black and wet. Sunday was a day of waiting. Sarah went back to Langley and brought Grafton another cardboard box full of intercept transcripts and another thumb drive that contained the raw audio. The hospital staff had Grafton sitting up in bed by then. The Admiral and his wife dug into the box after lunch. When Callie told him he had to take a nap, he grumped a bit. She lowered the top of the bed and he dropped right off to sleep. She came out in the hall to visit with Sarah and me. There was a rapt audience in the hospital for the Jack Yaki show that Sunday evening. We sent out for pizza and ate it in the hour leading up to the show. I had to hand it to him. Yaki knew how to do it. He started the story with the money flowing through the branch of the Bank of Scandinavia in Tallinn, Estonia, and went on from there. It was obvious to me that he had received a detailed brief from Jake Grafton, had paid attention, and taken notes. Then he got into the telephone conversations we had taped. I loved Westfall's conversation with Cheney Kopp, the chairman of the board and CEO of the Life Network. I was tempted to call Senator Westfall to see if he was watching. After all, we knew his telephone number. But I refrained. He would be down for quite a while, so I didn't have to rush to kick him. I must say Speaker Moochie sounded more shrill and elderly on the television than I remembered her. Perhaps Yaki tweaked the tweeter to give her a little more squeak at the high end of the register. Still, it was her, no doubt, even if she did sound like the Wicked Witch of the West. Yaki made the point that the money was created by Russia and transferred so that the Democrats could slime their enemies with it. Westfall's comment that the Russians had double-crossed them was brilliant. Grafton had even given Yaki some audio of Yevgeny Koryev wailing the tar out of Anton Hunt. May he rest in peace. Still, I thought Yaki went kinda easy on Hunt, probably because corpses can no longer defend themselves. He had snippets of Westfall's conversation with Michael Hunt, the scion of the Hunt clan, talking about the New World Order. The best parts of the Yaki show, in my opinion, were Westfall's conversations with the Squall. The conversation where she used the N-word made me break out in laughter. and I almost lost it when I heard Westfall refer to former presidential candidate Cynthia Hinton with the C word. When he signed off, Jack Yockey promised more next week. We cheered and went into Grafton's room and did a victory stomp. The Admiral turned off the television. A nurse hustled in and told us to tone it down or leave. She was nice about it, but hospitals are like libraries. After 5 minutes or so, Grafton gave me the sign, so I suggested we let him get some sleep. The other guys left, and I sat down on the chair across the corridor from his room. Armonte Hall had decided to do this hospital gig up right, and was wearing blue surgical scrubs and pushing a room-cleaning cart with a shotgun in it. He stationed himself at the opposite end of the corridor from the nurses' station. Sarah and Callie Grafton went into the old room where we had all our equipment, along with Doc Gordon. We settled down to wait. I had argued that our guy might not come tonight. Grafton dismissed that statement with a wiggle of his finger. He wants to know how much I know, and how much I intend to spill. He'll be here. I was too keyed up to sit, and walked up and down the corridor endlessly. I was standing beside the nurses' station when I heard the elevator coming up. I grabbed a patient's chart and busied myself over it while the nurse on duty, the guy I had called Clara Barton, frowned at me. The elevator door opened and Vaughn Conyers, President of the United States, walked out with 4 Secret Service agents. The muscle looked me and the nurse over as the president marched down the corridor for Grafton's room. Conyers didn't seem surprised to find that Grafton had moved across the hallway. Maybe he had forgotten which side he was on. The security man, Billy Franks, was sitting in the chair, and he smiled and pointed at the Admiral's room. The Secret Service dudes dropped off, and Conyers opened Grafton's door, went in, and pulled it shut behind him. I adjusted the earpiece in my right ear. "Good evening, Admiral." "Good evening, Mr. President." "Mind if I sit down?" The scraping of the chair legs on the linoleum or whatever that floor covering was. The Secret Service guys looked hyped. They were playing with their earpieces, scrutinizing Billy and Armonte at the end of the corridor, no doubt picking spots where they could drill us both if we even twitched. One of them muttered into his lapel mic, "We're here." I heard it distinctly through my earpiece, so I suppose the frequency of their little radio system was close enough to ours for us to capture the bleed through. The systems were no more than 10 feet away. One of the agents glanced at me and the male nurse at the nurses' station from time to time. I put the chart back and took another to study. "Admiral, may I call you Jake?" "Please do, sir." "How are you getting along?" "Better." "When are they going to let you out of here?" "It'll be a few weeks. I start hiking up and down the hall tomorrow, then physical therapy in a few days. That will take a few weeks. Then maybe I can go home and do the therapy as an outpatient." "Sorry this happened to you," Conyers said. No shit, I thought. 2 of the Secret Service guys had arranged themselves on either side of Billy Franks. The other 2 were strolling the corridor, one toward me and one toward Armonte. "So am I," Jake Grafton said. "I watched the Jack Yockey show tonight. Ream passed to me the fact that you called and suggested we watch it." "Yockey did well with the material," Grafton said. "Obviously, you leaked that information to him." "Leak isn't exactly the right word. I called Yockey and he came here, sat right where you're sitting, and I briefed him. Let him read the telephone transcripts, listen to raw audio, then asked him to put that show together. He agreed to do it." Conyers didn't say anything for a moment. He seemed to be arranging his thoughts. "How much more are you going to tell him?" "I haven't decided. I thought you and I could talk about that." "Why me?" the president said. "Mr. President," Grafton said, his voice soft. He was exhausted and using all the juice he had left to carry this conversation. "The Russians went to a lot of trouble to get this thing rolling along. 200 billion fake dollars, monopoly money someone called it, tossed into the air like confetti, just so the Americans could humiliate themselves scrambling for it. And we did. Then they went to a lot more trouble to make sure all this was going to become public, that we couldn't sweep it under the rug, that the whole stinking mess would see the light of day and the flies would swarm. That didn't just happen. The Russians made it happen." A moment of silence. Maybe Conyers was nodding. The 4 bodyguards were in their relative positions, and one of them keyed his lapel radio. To my amazement, I again heard his transmission. "We're in place and ready." Jake Grafton was saying, "They set up Yegor Koryev, cast him to play the hero's part. We kidnapped him, interrogated him, used drugs on him, all to get him to tell us the truth, whatever in hell that is. The Russians had taken the trouble to hypnotize him to make sure his story stayed consistent under drugs. I doubt that at this point Yegor Koryev even knows what the truth is." Ready for what? I was only half listening to Grafton and staring at the 4 Secret Service dudes. They didn't look as if they had submachine guns on them, but no doubt they were carrying pistols and were damn good with them. "What is the truth?" The president asked that, and I thought it a good question. If I could figure that one out, I could get a PhD in philosophy from any university in the country. "Why don't you tell me, Mr. President?" I heard a faint snort. One of the Secret Service agents was reaching under his jacket, fingering his pistol. I pulled mine out, took the safety off, and held it down under the counter. "There's going to be a lot of speculation by the Democrats and their media allies that you were the one who set this up with the Russians," Jake Grafton told the president. "You know I didn't." "That isn't the point. The point is that you will be accused, tried, and convicted by the left-wing media. Those women on The View will savage you. Half the country will believe them." "If you know I didn't do it, who do you think did?" "Cynthia Hinton," Jake Grafton said. "There's no one else. Anton Hunt didn't have the brains or stature for this caper. Cynthia even went to the Russians for a fake dossier on you that she could use to keep you from being elected. When that didn't work, the deep state had you investigated by a special prosecutor. Anything to make it more difficult to get your program through Congress. Anything to make it more difficult for you to get re-elected." "We're ready," the Secret Service guy said again into his lapel mic. I almost peed my pants. What was he ready for? Our bugs must be picking up the bleed over from his transmissions. I really didn't consciously think about it. I just assumed it was so. "She went to the Russians 7 years ago," Conyers said, "after Sotoro made her Secretary of State. The Russians used funny money to make their donations to the Hinton Foundation after she approved their application to buy 10% of Americans' uranium production." "And she figured out the funny money scam," Jake Grafton prompted. "She did," the president acknowledged. "She realized that she could screw her political enemies with dirty money. The name of her game is power. And the Russians realized that they could screw both sides of the political divide with dirty money," Grafton prompted. "That's it. So why don't you want this to come out?" "We have to live on this planet with the Russians. Either live with them or kill them, and killing them isn't a viable option. And regardless of what she's done, Cynthia Hinton is an icon for a lot of Democrats, mostly women. She got the Democratic nomination and ran for President of the United States. And now we accuse her of treasonous acts that we can't prove? Absolutely not. She'll come out looking like a saint, and we'll look like evil trolls who live under a bridge and eat children." "Where do you want this investigation to go from here, Mr. President?" "I don't want you accusing Cynthia Hinton of anything," Vaughn Conyers said. "I wish I could turn off Robert Levy, but you know I can't. The FBI is going to blunder about in the china shop breaking dishes regardless of what we do. What they won't do is find Cynthia Hinton's fingerprints on anything they can get into court. Not even if they look under every rock from here to Moscow." Jake Grafton seemed to agree with that. In my mind's eye, I could see him nodding. Then he said, "What I think we can do is give Jack Yockey enough wiretap conversations to diffuse some of this political madness. The politicians are in it to their eyes, and if the public sees that, this whole kerfuffle will die a natural death." "This impeachment thing might too," the president said. I heard the chair scrape. He must be rising. "Do it," somebody said over the Secret Service net. The agent standing on Billy Frank's left drew his pistol and shot Billy right in the neck. The sound reverberated down that corridor as if a cannon had been fired. Billy went sprawling over to his right. The agent pulled Billy's pistol and went charging into the room that held the president and Jake Grafton. Armonti and I opened fire at the same time. Towards each other. We hadn't thought this out very well. I hit the guy who was looking my way, he went down, and 2 blasts of number 4 buckshot swept the other 2 off their feet. Buckshot pattered around me like hail. Something smacked me in the left thigh, not too hard. I stayed upright and ran toward the hospital room as shots rang out, muffled. The bastard was in there gunning the president and Jake Grafton. 2 of the agents in the hallway were still thrashing around when Armonti and I reached them. Armonti blew one's head apart with the shotgun, and I put a .45 slug into the other's chest. Going through the door of Grafton's room, I couldn't believe my eyes. The would-be assassin was lying on the floor motionless, still holding his gun in his hand. I kicked the gun away. His eyes were focused on infinity. Jake Grafton had a gun in his hand and was half-turned in the bed despite the IVs. The president was standing on the other side of the bed looking shocked. Armonti Hall came into the room behind me. Jake Grafton handed Conyers the pistol. "Here," he said, and the president took the weapon. "You are now the first American president to shoot an assassin." Chapter 26. The attempted assassination of the President of the United States was front-page news worldwide. Radio talk shows and television talking heads got the facts out quickly, helped by the audio and video recordings from the CIA director's hospital room. Apparently the assassins weren't aware of this equipment, which even captured the agents back and forth on their private radio network. The fact that the agent who tried to shoot the president and Jake Grafton with the pistol he took from CIA security officer Billy Franks indicated, FBI Director Robert Levy said, that the conspirators intended to rig the scene so that the blame would fall on CIA personnel. The identity and political leanings of the deceased assassin were hot items. His name was Vincent Matthews. His life was examined from birth to death. It included a failed marriage and a large influx of cash into his girlfriend's bank account the week prior to his demise. The FBI said that after Matthews shot Officer Franks and took his pistol, he strode into the hospital room, and the president, alerted by the sound of gunshots in the hallway, grabbed a pistol from CIA Director Jake Grafton's bed and shot him. One shot right through the heart, and that was it for Mr. Matthews. The entire sequence, captured on audio from first shot to last, took 8 seconds. The pistol Conyers had used was the one Callie Grafton had brought to the hospital and tucked into the bed where her husband could reach it if necessary. 2 of the other Secret Service officers died at the scene. The one survivor was critically wounded and would have permanent injuries. He wasn't talking to law enforcement agents. The investigation in the weeks that followed found that all 4 men had received several $millions each in untraceable funds. Russian money? No one knew. The audio of the conversation between the president and CIA director before the assassins started shooting was immediately classified top secret and withheld from the press. The media squawked about it, but the president stood firm. The conversation stayed classified. The video, if there was one, was never produced. Although Jack Yockey's show was overshadowed by the assassination news, eventually the media got around to the political slant and remembered Yockey's show the Sunday night before the assassination attempt. The following Sunday evening, he put on another show using more wiretapped conversations. Attorneys for the House Speaker and Senate Minority Leader went to court that week demanding injunctions to keep Yockey off the air with recordings he obtained illegally. They didn't get them. Their remedy, the court said, was to sue whoever taped their conversations for damages. Of course, if a law had been violated, then the Justice Department could prosecute if it chose. But the media's right to broadcast even stolen material was protected by the First Amendment. Of course, if the material the media used was untrue, a suit for damages would lie. 2 days after the second Yockey show aired, Judy Mucci resigned as Speaker of the House and announced she would not run for re-election to her House seat. 4 days later, Senator Harlan Westfall was found sitting in his car in his garage, dead of carbon monoxide poisoning. The automobile's engine had died during the night, probably due to the lack of oxygen in the garage. Yockey did only the 2 shows using material that he obtained from Jake Grafton, although he never once told anyone where it came from. That detail got lost somehow in the nationwide search for the people behind the attempted assassination of the president. $8 million, a voice on the radio, 3 bodies, and a severely injured 4th man got barrels of printer's ink and hundreds of hours of airtime. Robert Levy's FBI pulled out all the stops. The FBI's previous involvement with the Russian dossier and the failed attempts of senior agency officials to smear the president had placed the agency under a huge spotlight. The public would be satisfied with nothing less than a trial and conviction of the people responsible for the assassination attempt. Senators and congressmen stated flatly that the future of the agency was at stake. About a month after the assassination attempt, the Russian banking system collapsed. I read about it one morning in the Washington Times. It seems every computer in every bank in Russia wiped itself clean overnight, paralyzing the entire banking system. I drank my coffee, ate my omelet, and went to physical therapy. It turned out that the bullet I took in the leg required an operation, which meant hospital time and therapy afterwards. After therapy, I dropped by my fitness center and got on the treadmill. The television was still writing the Conyers attempted assassination story pretty hard, but the banking collapse in the evil empire got some minutes. The expert of the network I was watching thought computer hacking and malware was probably the cause, but no one had any facts. Oddly, the Russians weren't yet accusing anyone. I had my candidate, and it was the woman I slept with. Screwing the Russians was right down Sarah Houston's alley. The CIA was going to miss her. I had lunch with Jake Grafton, who was at home those days, walking with a cane. The physical therapist visited him there 3 times a week. He and Callie looked glad to see me. Our first subject was our wounds, which were healing. I was fortunate that the guy who shot me didn't hit anything I really needed to keep the machine running, and I was lucky enough to get shot in a hospital with doctors and an operating room just paces away. "So you're leaving the agency this Friday?" Grafton asked as we finished lunch, which was soup and homemade chicken salad. "That's Sarah's last day, too," I told him. "We'll get our stuff packed and put in storage, then we're off to Idaho." "I went out with a flight instructor this past weekend," Grafton said. "He says there is no reason I can't resume flying whenever I think I can get in and out of the plane and gas it and so on. I called the guys at the airport where I keep my plane, and they've started an annual inspection on it. Now all I need is a letter from my doctor that says I am not likely to die at the controls, in his opinion." Callie brought us coffee and heard the flying comment. She winked at me. "With me as his ground crew, he'd be ready to fly right now if the plane was." "Are you retiring, Admiral?" I asked. "I'm on terminal leave now," he said. "I don't know when the White House will announce it. Probably not until they get someone else lined up to take the job." "Non your friend?" "That was my recommendation, but you know how it is." "This Russian banking system collapse. Would you know anything about that?" He smiled and sipped his coffee. "So who bought the president's murder and tried to buy yours?" He shrugged. "You'll have to ask Robert Levy that question, but I doubt if he knows. The Bureau is trying to trace the money. They are really motivated. Unless they can do that or someone confesses, it's hopeless. That wounded Secret Service agent is brain damaged and isn't saying anything to anyone. There's a book in his future. There's a wheelchair there for sure," Grafton said sourly. "And maybe some bullets. The poor bastard may commit suicide by shooting himself 3 times in the back of his head." "You said Cynthia Hinton was behind the money river, and so did Vaughn Conyers." "That's one possibility," Grafton said, weighing his words. "You could probably find another 100 or so candidates in the deep state. Some of those people thought Conyers was the devil incarnate." "What about the other voice on the Secret Service tactical net? The guy who said, 'Do it'? That's a possible lead if they can ever match that voice. But that guy didn't pay $8 million for a couple of hits. Whoever did probably wasn't within 10 miles of that hospital." "Ah, but he'll know who paid him." Grafton merely smiled. "Admiral, they are still talking and writing books about the JFK assassination, which happened in 1963. What is that, 56 years ago? They'll be talking and writing books about Conyers' attempted murder for 100 years, unless the government charges someone and proves they did it to an absolute certainty." Grafton shifted positions in his chair. "Assassinating a president is the worst crime anyone can commit. Trying to do it is just as bad. The government will pull out all the stops. They'll investigate until they have gathered all the evidence that can be found down to the last iota. They'll never quit, And there is no statute of limitations. Whoever tried to arrange Conyers' murder will be living in dread for the rest of his life. What I don't want, I explained, is to have some half-wit theorize that Jake Grafton and Tommy Carmellini tried to whack the president. Jake Grafton chuckled. In 50 or 60 years, he said, some guy might write a book about us doing just that. I'll be long gone, so I won't care, and you can sue him for defamation of character and fund your retirement. I laughed. In 50 years, I'll be too old to care, I said. Seriously, was Conyers right to tell you to lay off Cynthia? Jake Grafton scrutinized my face. We could never get enough admissible evidence to indict her, much less convict her, he said. Conyers was right about that. The Russians will never talk. If we had named her as a suspect in the money shuffle, she would have become a martyr. On the other hand, if we don't do anything, then the whispers will eventually destroy her politically, like Chinese water torture drop by drop. At heart, you're a really mean bastard, I said appreciatively. But why do I think Cynthia might have panicked and paid to have you and Conyers murdered? He got the funniest look on his face. Because she was afraid of us, he replied. That's what a guilty conscience will do. I smiled. The old attack pilot, I said. I like that. Jake Grafton grunted. I decided to leave it there. I shifted my attention to Callie. When are you coming to Idaho? This fall, during some good weather, she said. Jake doesn't want to fly on instruments anymore. Keep us advised of where you are and of your telephone numbers. I finished my coffee, we talked about inconsequential things. Then I shook hands and said goodbye, and walked out of the Graftons' lives. That summer afternoon, I limped out the door to his building and stood looking across the street at the parking garage that Jack Norris used as a sniper's perch when he gunned the Admiral. I wasn't even wearing a windbreaker, much less a pistol. Maybe it would be better this way. It was an October day with clear skies and temps in the high 50s, a little wind stirring what remained of the fall foliage. Sarah and I sat in the pickup near the upwind end of a 2,800-foot-long grass runway which ran a little uphill to where we sat. We got out, leaned against the side of the truck, and watched a flight of geese making their way south with the mountains behind them. Finally I heard it, a tiny buzzing, very pleasant, growing slowly. Sarah saw it first. A little high-wing airplane to the southeast, just above the mountain ridge. As we watched, she dropped lower and came flying toward us. The engine noise grew from a burble to a growl. She flew right over the truck with the engine singing, then swung out on a downwind leg. The pilot pulled the power, and I realized that he had lowered flaps. She came around and lined up on the runway, settling, then gently kissed the earth in a three-point landing, the tail wheel arriving at the same time as the mains. No bounce. With the engine at idle, she rolled up to us. The pilot stopped the left main wheel and spun the tail around with a blast of power. The spinning prop baptized us with dust and noise. The engine died and the prop waggled to a stop. In the silence, I could hear the click as the pilot's door opened. There was Jake Grafton smiling at me. "Hello, Tommy." I couldn't contain myself. I jumped up and down on one foot, then the other, pumping air with both fists and shouting as Sarah laughed and Mrs. Grafton waved from the right seat. Life was moving on. The end. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of The Russia Account by Stephen Coonts, performed by Eric G. Dove. Performance copyright 2019 by Brilliance Publishing, Inc. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brilliancepublishing.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.